Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Good to see you on this lovely Tuesday. Hopefully, it's not too hot where you guys are. We got refresh day tomorrow. So, our last day for the Snap reviews. We got several secondary reviews that received advice yesterday that we'll be looking over. And a few primary reviews that came in that we haven't looked at just yet. And Taters, I saw your message. You said you weren't able to upload your other one. You can go ahead and deem it to me, and when I get to your snap for review, I'll take a look at that. Bell, thank you for the first bits of the day. Very kind of you. Today is a big day for the stream. We have hit our last 199 stream goals consecutively. Today is the big 200, so... yeah, it's crazy that we're here. Our previous record was 113 goals. So 200, man, that's wild. That's wild. Crazy to think about. The past 199 streams in a row. You know, the streak will end at some point, but you know, wild. Thank you so much for the love and support, you guys. I really appreciate it. So yeah, I was explaining that. Ashley, I was explaining that to DVS Brat because I'm guessing, because I don't think she's uploaded for a while, so she probably doesn't know about the new rules. So DVS Brat, we've always had a cutoff time for uploads at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, you're not supposed to upload for the day. Because I had a problem with a lot of people uploading during the stream, which would move the queue around and, you know, also...
Hi.
You know, I would end up...
I could not make it yesterday.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
Thanks for the feedback.
Absolutely,
like
Left Shark, absolutely.
Version.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. It was an amazing snap. Looking forward to checking it out. You're welcome, Taters. No problem. Max, thank you for the 200 bits. Very kind of you. And Left Shark, thank you for the 5 CAD there. Fallen Angel, thank you for the 145 bits. Very kind of you. So, DVS Brat, the channel was not locked. Oh my god, bro! Heathen Dove coming in with the dono here, and we got... Bro, there's a couple things going on right now. There's a lot happening.
200. Congrats.
Sunshine, thank you for the big 1K. Very kind of you, very kind of you. And Heathen Dove, thank you for the $10 dono as well. You guys did that at the exact same time, by the way. We're at 25.50 on the board. Let's go. Thank you guys. And yeah, you know, again, really appreciate all the love and support, you guys. I would not be able to do what I do without you guys. So thank you for always showing so much support to this little channel. It means a lot to me. And the snap reviews, you know, they've been growing. They're getting more and more popular. There's new snaps to review every week. You know, we used to do this just Monday and Tuesdays, but now we're reviewing snaps on... you know, usually on Fridays as well. Sometimes I go live on the weekend if we have like a lot to look at. But it's busy. So yeah,
Notice
for
me,
anybody,
Senpai.
Cheyenne, thank you.
Me.
Cheyenne also with the 500 bits here. Thank you, my friend. I still gotta add Left Sharks as well. And thank you. Much appreciated. Already well over halfway on the goal. Thank you so much, you guys. Max, thank you for the additional 5 there. Cambridge, thank you for the 100. What was I about to say? You guys are just hitting up the bits right now. Bella, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Very kind of you. Oh yeah. I was gonna address DVS Brad. They were saying I'm a supporter, but it said I couldn't post in the channel because it was locked. Yes, if you check out the link or you check out the rules, DVS Brad, the channels lock Mondays and Tuesdays at 3 p.m. because that's the deadline. That's the time where you would have to submit your Dreamsnap before 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's the cutoff. Now, on Mondays at 3 p.m., the channel locks, and then it stays locked until the stream ends. Once the stream ends, the channel is unlocked. And then you can upload for secondary review anytime between when the stream ends and 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. So the channel was locked last night, but not all night. It was just locked during the stream. And it is locked now as of 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you weren't aware of how that works, you can always just DM me your snap, and if I have time to take a look at yours as well, I can take a look at it. Amanda, thank you for the big 200. Very kind of you. We did it in the stream, like at 9:30 Eastern Time. Yeah, it was a long one because we had 80 snaps to review yesterday. And that's, not even including the like 30 or so we did on Friday. So, yeah, we had like over 100 snaps to review this week. It was busy. It was busy. Okay. Nightfall said, before we start, I tried making a sitting snap with the crouch trick, but when I used the villager toggle, changed my pose, my camera would jump up. Yeah, no, you can still use the trick. You just have to go back to the pose. So let me show you. So if you're using the camera trick like this, right? And you move villagers in, it's going to, in not only this camera trick, but it also changes certain poses. So when, oh, it's not doing it now. That's weird. Yeah, it was doing it to me earlier. So what usually happens is you'll place a villager and then you'll be standing again. So you'll come back. Oh, yeah, no, it did change. See, now I'm on the ground. So now what I have to do with my villagers placed is I just go back into selfie mode and do the camera trick again. The villager won't move. Just don't close your camera and they won't move. So, you know, you're still able to place your villagers, squat, pop the camera back, and see Sadness is still there. So, it works. It'll just change your camera orientation when you use the toggle to place a villager. But it won't change the orientation when you pause them or change their emotes. It's just when you place them. So if I place Joy here and we go back to the camera, now it's up high again. So now we just go back to selfie mode and we drop back down. My recommendation, so you can avoid having to do this every time, is just place all of your villagers, before you even bother doing the camera trick, and then you can move them around afterwards. So place all of them, then, do the ground trick, look at where everybody is, and if everybody needs to move, you can move them at that point. But yeah, you can just cycle back to that camera trick if you need to. All right, so before we get into the reviews, guys, there's a couple things to discuss.
Notice me.
Hey, Kimberly, thank you for the big 500. Very kind of you. Much appreciated. I also need to add Left Sharks as well while I'm at it. I just got to do the math. Okay. I got it. Vox, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Very kind of you. Give me 1 second here, you guys. Black Knight, thank you as well. 4270 plus 352. Oh, I did that wrong. 4270 plus 352 is 4622. Okay. I got it. 4622. I don't know if any of you guys take ADHD medication like I do, but I find that when I take my medication, it always makes me like bite my lip. Like, I don't know if it's like a fidget thing. Also, what's on the edge? Oh, it's a bench. Okay. I was wondering what's on the edge of my screen there. All right. So before we get into the snap reviews, guys, there's a couple things we like to go over here. If you've never been to these Dreamsnap review streams before, I'm going to give you a quick rundown on how this works. So, essentially, the advice I give for Dreamsnaps is not about my preferences. It's not about what I like, because that wouldn't really help you, if I'm just telling you what I like, because I'm one person. When it comes to getting 4K, what you gotta really consider is what's popular with the voters. Like, what does well? What do we constantly see in 4K? Regardless how much the challenge may vary. What are some things we see very consistently in the 4K range? And things like playing the camera close to your avatar and villagers, having adequate lighting or strong lighting in your scene, and this also includes nighttime photos. Vibrant colors, good saturation, but not too high. Balance. Hey, thank you, my friend. Bob's coming in with the $10 donut as well. Very close to the goal now. Less than 400 bits away from the big 200. Thank you, my friend. But yes, all of these things are, and of course, theme. You know, you want the theme to be very clear, very easy to understand, so even the pickiest voters won't debate whether you are or are not on theme. So the advice I typically give is rooted in all of those things. And the reason we have a good understanding of what voters like, the reason we have a good understanding of what's popular with voters, is because we spend a lot of time looking at it. Every Wednesday when the challenge ends, I'll share my Dreamsnap, and I ask, you know, everybody on that post to share their snaps and their results. We get hundreds of 4K submissions shared there, and we can look over them, and you'll see a lot of these things we discuss are, you know, very apparent in like 80% of the snaps that are in the 4K range. So that's where the advice I give comes from. When it, you know, that's the tricky thing. If you like ask for advice like online and you get tips and advice from, you know, people, they might be giving you their preferences, but what you really always have to consider is, you know, what's popular with the voters? What kind of things do they tend to gravitate towards, and why? So that's what the advice is all rooted in here. Now, we're also, you know, like I said, we're always going to be looking for the theme. So this week's challenge says, build and decorate a playful scene inspired by your childhood memories. So it's not necessarily to just recreate a specific memory. You're building a playful scene inspired by your childhood memories, and that's plural. Now, you could choose a very specific memory if you want to. At the end of the day, it just needs to be playful. And, you know, giving your avatar a, you know, childlike demeanor, or, you know, dressing them and styling them to look more childlike, it's going to work very good with the title this week. The challenge also states relive magical moments with Buzz, Olaf, and companions from your favorite adventures. So utilizing villagers this week is also going to be ideal, but not just any villagers. We're going to see a lot of success this week, and what you're going to see a lot in 4K. Nomi, thank you for the dono.
I hope you got my MSG on Discord about the new Pick Plaza. Let me know if you are able to review it. I am so sorry for the late submission. Thanks.
Oh, gotcha. I haven't seen it yet. So if you DM me snap to look at, Nomi, I will, once we get to the end of the reviews, if it's not super late and I'm like tired and my cat's trying to bite me and I'm starving, then I'll review it. Just depends on how far we get through here. Semi's goal is wrong. It's 201. No, Bella. Yesterday was number 199. Yesterday was 199, Bella. Today is 200. The goal is not incorrect. If we had hit 200, I'd have been freaking out. But no, this is 200. Oh, and I missed. I don't know if that was Nomi's there. I saw on Facebook someone did the try split I like to do. I like theirs better than mine, says LOTR. Let's see. Wait, what did Willow say? I have not been able to get in my Plaza Island in over a week. Every time I try to go there, it shuts down my console. What are you playing on? Your console's closing out? And Nomi, thank you for another $5 dono. Very kind of you, very kind of you.
Thanks, you'll love the improvement, I believe. Smiley face emoji. I learned the trick on the squat and stand.
Of course. Well, I'm glad you got that figured out as well. Friday's stream and yesterday's stream both said 199. Might have been a typo on Friday then. Either way, you know, yesterday it said 199. I didn't stream on Saturday. You said Friday and Saturday. Yesterday it said 199. So, you know, we have today's at 200. Let's not overthink it, guys. Let's not, you know, I don't know why we're getting hung up on that. You know, yesterday was 199. We talked about today being number 200. We have 200 on the board here. And it, you know, if it's off by one, we're still going to acknowledge the number we have here. I mean, Friday could have been a typo, or Friday could have been number 199, and Monday could have been number 200. But, you know, we had 199 yesterday. Nobody made a peep about it, and today's 200. So, like, let's not, you know, let's try to stay on topic. We got a lot of snaps to review, guys. It's really, you know, I'm excited to celebrate because we just hit 200 over here. And if it was indeed yesterday, you know, well, we didn't get to celebrate it, so we're going to celebrate it today. Let's not overcomplicate it. Not a big deal, guys. Not a big deal. Let's see. And we did hit today's goal as well. Thank you, Nomi, for knocking out the remainder. Officially goal number 200 on the board here. Very nice, very nice. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. A huge milestone here. Absolutely wild, bro. 200 consecutive goals. Incredible, incredible. All right. Well, you don't have to be too proud of me. I mean, it's you guys, really. You guys are the ones that do the goals, you know. That's all you guys. I just appreciate the support. Very kind of you guys. Very kind. I'm just kind of shocked that we hit, you know, now we've cleared 200. Because, I mean, our previous record was 113 streams in a row where we hit our goal. And we've almost blown 100 streams past that. Wild to think about. Oh, on the tri-split? Where did you see the tri-shot that was kind of like yours, LOTR? Was it on, was it in our Facebook group, or was it somewhere else? Well, you play on Switch? Switch 1? Like the OG Switch? Yeah, it sucks your game is crashing every time you go to a floating island or one of your floating islands. I don't know if you can load your game on any other platform. I don't know if you have a friend with a different console or a PC, but maybe if you went to that floating island and then reset it, it would be able to load on the Switch again. I'm not sure what you have there, what's causing it to glitch out. Sometimes it just, you know, especially on Switch, the game can be a little buggy. It can be a little buggy. That was you, Gryffindor Panda. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It didn't show up in chat, but I heard the alert. But when I looked up, it was gone. It did come through because I heard the alert. It was at around the same time Nomi did her super chats. Nomi did her super chats. And I heard one of my direct dono links go off. But I guess the chat bot is taking a day off. Hang on, let me see if he's responding right now. Because usually the chat bot will mention the donos. I don't know why he didn't. So we're at 7622. Dang, very nice, very nice. Thank you. Appreciate it, Panda. Appreciate it. All right. So we got a lot of snaps to look at. Let's go ahead and dive in here. Oh, and before we take a look at snaps, I just want to remind everybody we did make a brand new Facebook group for Dreamsnaps. So if you're looking for a place to connect with the community, share your Dreamsnaps, let's see how many people are in there now. Because I know it was getting... Like last night, we had over 200 people in there. Almost 300 now. We have almost 300 people in our brand new group. It's only been up for like a day. So if anybody here has not joined the Dreamsnap Hub on Facebook, it's a brand new group all about Dreamsnaps, of course. And you'll find a lot of your friends here in the community. A lot of active people here in the community are part of the group. I will share a link for you. So if you're not in the group, there's the link. I just spammed it in chat. Let me put it in the YouTube chat as well, and then we'll get started here. Well, I said I reported on June 23rd, and nothing yet. Dang, that's annoying. Webby said, hey, I just joined the Facebook group. Nice, nice. Shan said when it came out on Switch 2, it was almost perfect functionality. Since the last couple of updates, it's full of glitches, not the good kind. Oh, on Switch 2? Really? Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah, because I heard it was running really good on the Switch 2 when it first came out. Well, hopefully they get that sorted. Hopefully they get that sorted. Hey. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right. Well, we got a lot of snaps to take a look at, so let's go ahead and dive in. We've already covered, you know, where the advice comes from. Now, the first thing we're going to do today, guys, is we're going to be knocking out the primary reviews that came in between the stream today and, or the stream yesterday and the stream today. And then we'll be doing secondary reviews. So all of these are people that received a review and applied some changes. And we're going to compare their old snaps with their new snaps. And if we both agree that they went in a positive direction, you know, or if they feel like it did, then they can submit the new version. At the end of the day, it's your snap, it's your call. All right, first up, we have Silver Tab here. So option number 1, okay. So one example here. Did you know Ursula could be summoned in her standard form in the house? And it seems that if you don't have the domestic pack, you can hide her with the camera controls. I do now. Anyway, hope you like this approach to go out to some of the people. Yeah, really good job getting a lot of villagers indoors. This is a great wow factor because a lot of people that do indoor snaps will only have like one villager. If you have pending quests, they can show up in your house that way as well. But if you use a villager summon item and you get like a handful of very playful villagers in your scene, it is well worth it. Really good shot of Vanellope kind of jumping in the background here. Great shot of Buzz and Woody. And very good avatar design. Feels very childlike. The room is really good too. Peter Pan over here to the left. And we even have Dinah and Tramp in the background. So we have companions as well. Lady here. So yeah, really good job with the pets. Good job with the villagers. And again, very childlike avatar here. So great avatar presentation. The room feels really nice. You're, you know, pretty close to the front wall here. So you're showcasing a lot of the build. Good decor on the walls. Good lighting. Yeah, overall, very strong. I don't really suggest any changes here. I think this is pretty much good to go. As for, you know, an indoor submission, one of the main things I've seen people, you know, not doing is having abundant villagers kind of spread throughout the scenes and companions. So the fact that you have that makes this, I think, a very strong indoor submission. But yeah, overall, solid build, good indoor scene. All right, next up we got Lieb. I don't have fireflies, unfortunately. I have the Mushu fireworks, but I couldn't get them in the position how I want. I only have one of the Joy and Sadness firework, and they aren't available in Scrooge. Well, the Joy and Sadness fireworks don't, I don't think they shoot unless they changed them. They're a villager summoning item. Still very new, so I don't have a whole lot to work with. I tried to use your tips from last week. Any help was appreciated. Okay. Well, first off, one of the things I'm seeing here that I think could hurt your performance is we have some very strong shadows here, and they're also going all the way up the build here. So I'm not sure what's causing these shadows. What might be happening when you're using the sunset time of day, if you're on the second sunset hour, so 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., the sun actually starts to set and the shadows get really long and everything can get really dark. And that does look like what's happening here because, like, even these items, you know, we're getting a lot of darkness here. We don't have any light on the jukebox here. We have a very big shadow here. Honestly, it might be better for you to use daytime lighting just to hopefully get rid of some of the shadows here. The other thing you can try is, you know, if there's something you can delete that's causing these big shadows, that could be very helpful. And then another thing you can do is, you know, vignette is on by default. So there's always like a, you know, like a 50% vignette on the photos that make the corners and the sides darker already. Combined with shadows, it can make the corners and the sides really dark. So perhaps turning off the vignette could also help. If you go to a -1 vignette, it'll just disable it and you won't have the dark corners. You know, you'll still have some darkness because you have the shadow here. Now, the villager positioning is great. You know, you have some great playful villagers in here. Very good childlike pose. Though, I would recommend being a little closer to the avatar if possible. You know, if you look at a lot of the 4K submissions, it's very popular. Like, about 80% of the 4K snaps are usually playing the camera pretty close to the avatar. And there's definitely some good ways you can do that. So if you have an item that pushes the camera... Oh, this is a great example. You see how dark it is right now? This is sunset, but the sun is pretty much all the way down because it's 4:58 or 7:58 in-game. And if I roll the time back 1 hour, I'll be back to the regular sunset lighting. But it does start to set. The other thing is where you position, you know, your build in relation to the sun. You know, if you really want to minimize shadows, you could angle your build this way where the sun is directly behind you. So if my build was facing in this direction, you know, we wouldn't even have this little shadow here going to the left. But when it comes to dream snaps and when it comes to, you know, getting 4K, lighting is very, very important. So I would be mindful of those shadows if you can fix them. And again, if not, you can always play with the vignette. So if we go over here to our sliders, if you take your vignette to -1, keep your eye on this fire hydrant right here. So this is with the vignette default. Oops, sorry. This is with the vignette default. See how we can't really see it? We can't really see the color of it. We take the vignette to -1. And now it's very apparent here. You can see the trash can and the fire hydrant. But yeah, vignette will always be on by default, so just be aware of that. This is how it looks when it's on default. So if you have very dark corners or a lot of shadows, rolling back that vignette can be very helpful. And the other thing was getting closer to the camera. So there's a lot of items that can push the camera forward. I believe you're using the dragon pose in your scene. So if we go down here and we grab a little dragon. You're hiding the dragon, so, you know, you don't really need to worry about him being out of the shot. But being a little closer here for your excited pose would highlight the style and design you've made for the avatar a bit better. And again, this is a very popular play. It's something you see in a lot of 4K Dream Snaps. Voters tend to really like this. So it's definitely worth considering. So yeah, main things, you know, great villager positioning. You've got everybody in a good spot. Everybody looks really playful. You have a playful pose on the avatar. The primary thing I would try to do is figure out the lighting situation. If you can't get some light on these buildings here and on the side of these things here, you could save portions of this build as group presets and then rotate the entire build towards the sun so that, you know, you won't have these long shadows going across. All the shadows will be going straight back and you'll have great light hitting the entire scene. Up to you whether you want to do that, but, you know, lighting is very important, and we can't really see Pumbaa. We can't really see Timon. We don't really get much color on the left side or right side of the scene because of these big shadows. So finding a way to, you know, mediate that would be a good call. Gildessa. Let's see. What told me on the shot was a companion. I waited for it to happen. I have submitted this one. If I can't get sparkles and fireflies plus a companion to cooperate, I'll submit that. But if I can't, very happy with this one. I'm not a big bright color kind of person, so I think it's too bright, but also feel like it works with the prompt. Thanks for all your help. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say it's too bright. And you also want to keep in mind, you know, if your goal is to get 4K, you got to be very cautious of what the voters like. You know, that's more important than what I like or what you like. You know, when it comes to, if you're making snaps just for fun and you don't really care what rank you get, then just make what you want to make. But if you're making snaps hoping to earn 4K so you can get cool stuff from the premium shop, voters do like well-lit, vibrant scenes. I mean, we can go to our previous snap here. Let me go to my Facebook page. And we'll open up Kingdom of Beauty here. So we have over 200 comments on here, and a vast majority of them are 4K snaps. And what you're going to see here are very well-lit, vibrant scenes. That makes up a majority of what's in the 4K range. And these are, you know, a lot brighter than what you have in yours. I think brightness isn't really... I think what you're talking about here, Gildessa, isn't brightness. I think you're talking about the saturation of the colors. Like, you're using a lot of the Toy Story items, which are extremely colorful. But brightness is more, that's going to have more to do with your lighting, how the sun's coming in. But all of these are very, very bright. Now, voters also like vivid colors, but the Toy Story stuff is a little over the top in a lot of ways, but that's just the way that stuff is designed. And I'm, you know, very confident we're going to see a lot of that this week. So, you know, the toy blocks are very vivid. The rugs down here aren't super vibrant. Not like these. Not like the blocks. And then you have the rainbows as well. With the way you've placed the villagers... With the way everybody's set up, I feel like you're very likely for 4K with this because, you know, a lot of people still aren't really utilizing the new villager toggle, and villager selection for theme is also very, very important, so the fact that you're using a lot of very playful villagers is a big deal. You know, you have Tiny Alice, you have Remy, you have Mickey, we have Buzz, we have Lady, we have Tigger, Goofy, Olaf, Mike, so Vanellope, lots of playful villagers. I wouldn't really worry too much about the fireflies and stuff. You know, they're cool, but fireflies are best against like a dark backdrop, like if you're using the sunset time of day and you have a very deep blue sky. Fireworks and fireflies can be very nice for that. But for your scene, you know, we don't see much of the sky at all. You know, we have a couple of clouds up here. We see a tiny bit of sky here. But, I mean, you know, you have fireflies in the scene, but they're not really doing much. So, I mean, even if you didn't have them, I think it'd be fine. I wouldn't worry too much about the fireworks or fireflies. The main thing we see people using them for in the 4K range is sky filler. That way, you know, if you have, like, you know, the top 20% of your photo is a skyline, or the top 10%, you know, you don't have to keep it empty and blue. You can layer things like fireflies. You can have fireworks to have those little sparkles. You know, those things can go over very well. But in a scene like this where we don't have much of a skyline, it's not really something you need to worry about. You know, the focus is going to be more on the characters here. Time of day is good. You do have good lighting coming in. And again, good characters. And yeah, the Toy Story stuff like the blocks, it's just going to be very vibrant. There's going to be a lot of snaps like that this week. For the avatar, you know, you have the pigtails, very childlike outfit, lots of toys. So yeah, very much on theme. I wouldn't worry about it this week, but one thing that would be good to consider when building your snap, you see how you have the rainbow on the left and the rainbow on the right? If you could balance those out, like if we have the house in the center, and then each of these rainbows is an equal distance from the edge of the frame, you know, balance does go over very, very well. You'll likely get 4K for this, but if you had if we did have more of an even distribution. So you have, the Adventures Out There balloon basket here right up against the house, and then the other one is a good space away from the house. And then we have this rainbow hugging the left side of the shot, and this rainbow on the right with a fair distance from the other side. So there's a lot of things that are built for balance in the scene, but it's not quite balanced. And again, balance is very popular in the 4K range. So don't worry about it this week, because I don't see any reason for you to remake your whole snap, because you're probably pretty safe for 4K, unless you pop up against some really good snaps. But in future scenes, if you're building your scene out with similar items on the left and right-hand side of the scene, getting them balanced to where there's about an equal amount of space between both sides, and I don't mean a symmetrical photo, I just mean balanced.
Notice me, senpai.
Can be very helpful.
Notice me.
Hey,
Congratulations
thank you, my
on 200, you deserve it.
Much appreciated. Is that Marie? Thank you. I have too many things open right now. I think that was Marie, right? Hello. 82-22 now. Dang, bro, you guys blew the goal away. Thank you so much. And yeah, insane milestone. I mean, the streak's got to come to an end at some point. I just don't know when. Okay. Sunshine is next. Very good, Sunshine. Very vibrant, great lighting. Love the birthday cake here in the foreground. Tigger jumping up behind you, super playful. I love the memory you chose too. That looks really pretty with the crashing waves for Ariel. And, playing up the meta well. You're featuring the avatar right at the forefront of the scene. A great view of the avatar. And you have the villagers right at the forefront as well. Voters love this. They love this. I like that you did a pool party. That's fun. We have like a little pool behind us here. And then we have the, little umbrellas set up. Good summer party. Corona Castle is a good backdrop. Very balanced. Same amount of space between these balloons and the castle on both sides. Same amount of space from the sides. We in the corners, we have these palm trees, which works with the pool party concept. But yeah, really strong. I actually have not seen any pool parties yet. So this is super unique, super fun. Very, very good display for the villagers. Great scene of the avatar. Good saturation. So yeah, very solid, very solid. Looks like you're probably running maybe a 0.5 or 0.6 saturation boost on the daytime setting, which is ideal for daytime. Really gets these colors prominent. Not a lot of shadows. Sun is right behind the camera. Great job, great job. No changes recommended. Very safe for 4K. Johnny is next. Oh, this is fun. I like the tiger outfit. I had fun with this. Curious to hear your feedback. Unfortunately, I still don't have objects push the camera forward, so the foreground is shadowed. But I think I have a good lighting in the snap. Feedback is always appreciated. Yeah, the shadow's not too bad. You have it down here, kind of right at the base and over here on the right side. But we have lighting pretty much everywhere above that. Good balance with the toy shop right in the middle. Double arching rainbows. You have the two Ferris wheels, identically positioned. So you balance the scene really well. You got a great shot of all the cast here. Vanellope jumping up. We see Buzz, we see Tigger, we see Mickey. Everybody's super energetic and playful, which is great. And yeah, I like the avatar here. The little tiger costume, very childlike, very fun. And we even have the baby tiger here eating out of the dish. So yeah, very solid. Yeah, no changes I would really recommend here. Maybe a small companion or villager right here. In this right-hand corner, you have the Figment popcorn bucket. Left-hand corner, we can have Woody jumping up. The only opportunity I see really is like, you know, a small villager in the foreground here could be really fun, but I don't think it's worth having to set up all these villagers again just to get somebody down here, so I wouldn't worry about it. I think you're pretty safe for 4K with what you got so far. Queen, I'm not sure if this is allowed, but I'm quandary. I have 2 visions. I'm very torn. I'm not sure which one to go with. Okay, so we have option 1, and then we have option 2. Definitely option 2. So here's the problem with option 1. It's not on theme. A lot of people, I mean, you know, since it's it fits the title, but let's read what the theme told us to do. Build and decorate a playful scene inspired by your childhood memories. So a playful scene. Now, I have seen, like yesterday we saw somebody with no playful villagers, no playful pose. They were just there with a couple of horses, like an equestrian outfit. That works if the challenge was just to recreate a childhood memory and that's it. But the challenge is a bit more specific. It says to build and decorate a playful scene inspired by your childhood memories. And that's plural. So it can be countless memories that you work together into one thing, or it could be one memory. But at the end of the day, it needs to be playful. And then they also want us to utilize villagers to recreate these moments. And it lists off a few playful villagers. So we need to make a playful scene, and we want to use playful villagers. Like, this is a really cute, like, mirror scene for, you know, like, a childhood memory of, like, being a princess. But when you match up against snaps that are very playful this week, because there's going to be a lot of them where they have this villager presence. You know, we have this new toggle where we can use all of our villagers exactly how we want to. And that's been the common trend this week. That's what we see from most of the consistent 4K earners. They're, you know, utilizing a lot of very playful villagers. And they're making these very playful scenes, you know, like high energy, laughter, jumping around. It's present in most of the submissions we're seeing. So that kind of tells you what voters are expecting, because that's what you see in, you know, a majority of the submissions that are out there. Now, this one, I think, you know, it's a bit more playful because the room and the kid-like atmosphere. Though, I don't know if you watched yesterday's stream, Queen, or if you checked out our guide on the challenge. One thing we've been talking about a lot is villagers. And the challenge wants us to use playful villagers. That's why you know, if you're curious about playful villagers, you know, think about villagers that are cartoony or have that, like, childhood spirit to them, or their toys. You know, Buzz, Woody, Tigger, Mickey Mouse, Goofy, Vanellope's literally a child. You have all of these very, you know, youthful and playful villagers. And you see that here too. You know, Tigger jumping up. You see Stitch. He's very playful. We see Oswald. We see Joy. We see Olaf. So we have all of these playful villagers in these scenes. Even if you do an indoor build, you don't, you know, you're not constricted to just one villager. You can use whoever you want. You just have to take a few extra steps. And if you want to get 4K, it's really worth doing. It's going to make your Dreamsnap a lot more competitive. But you can just drop a villager summoning item inside your house. Now, you can't choose who it summons, but you can summon as many villagers as you need to until you have a good handful of playful villagers. Then you just hide everybody else with the toggle, and you can do what Silvertab did here. You know, we have Peter Pan, very playful, very youthful. We have Alice. We have Vanellope. Like, notice how they're using these childlike villagers, and aside from them, they're using toys, like with Buzz and Woody, and then they have their pets back here with Lady, Tramp, and Dinah. So it's very intentional. You know, they're picking their villagers based specifically on the playfulness aspect of the theme. Now, you can likely still get votes for this, and you could potentially even get 4K. However, if you end up with people that are looking for playful scenes, and you pop up against playful snaps, it's going to be hard to win those 1v1s. Like, if it was between these two, this one, we don't really have any playful villagers. Cinderella is a pretty princess, but there's definitely villagers that can make this scene a lot more playful versus this, where every villager is very playful, and then we have the pets as well. Now, you did a good job with the avatar, very childlike, and I think the room is good too. Like, I like the pink cozy little kid room here. But villagers like Vanellope could work very well. And also, when you do an indoor scene, my recommendation for indoor scenes is to show a bit more of the room if you can. A lot of the indoor snaps that get 4K are positioned close to one of the main walls so we can see into the full room. Whereas if you're, a few spaces away from the wall here, we only get to see a little bit of your decor. If this pops up against the right stuff, it can get 4K, but you don't really want to rely on that. You want to build your snap in a way to where it can be competitive, even if it pops up against really good indoor builds. So if you give yourself more space, you can include more villagers, but with how you are now, you can't really fit many more. You might be able to squeeze Vanellope in down here, but that's about it. Whereas, like what Silvertab did, being at the front of the room, they were able to use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different villagers here. And they also have a companion in the back. So 7 villagers plus a companion. That's really good for storytelling. It's really good for theme. And now that we have this new camera toggle, that's what a lot of the very strong 4K earners are doing to stay in 4K. So it makes your snap more competitive. So showing more of the room, which will enable you to use more villagers, and making sure you're following the theme on its wording about creating a playful scene. And again, you can look at the princess scene as playful, like as a girl playing dress up. But is it as playful as the competition? That's the real question, because you can do the theme, but others could do the theme better or stronger. And the way I always try to design my snaps and the way I tailor my advice when it comes to theme is you want to almost overplay the theme. You want to go so heavy into the theme that nobody can question or doubt whether your snap is on theme or not. A great example of this would be if we look at Sunshine's submission that we were looking at a minute ago. This is incredibly playful. Tigger jumping up in the air behind her. Buzz jumping up here. We have Oswald leaping around the back. Joy jumping up. Olaf over here smiling. It's a very, very playful scene. And what makes it very playful would be the villagers. It's a lot of playful villagers.
Notice me.
Mama Flash, thank you, my
Hi,
friend.
Senpai. How are you? I very much enjoyed remote raiding with you Saturday.
Oh, you did get to join that raid? Very nice. Yeah, I was doing a bunch of the, mega raids because I just came back to Pokemon Go because Go Fest is coming up. I haven't played since they changed the level cap. So when I came back, I was at level 70, but I had the XP to be like way past that. So one of the things I had to do to go from level 71 to 72 was to gather 1,000,000 Stardust. So I went to the Super Mega Raid Day, and I just did a bunch of raids. And I think I invited you and some other friends to them, because I think I saw you were online. But I'm glad you were able to join. That's fun. That's fun. There's some really good raids coming up, I think, this weekend as well. Also, I don't know if you saw, but this weekend in Pokemon Go, apparently it's going to be 4 times Catch XP and 4 times Stardust. So I'll probably go to the park again this weekend, so expect more invites. All right, let's go to the next here. And thank you for the bits, my friend. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm excited for the Go Fest coming up. Vanessa is next. Alrighty, let's see. I always love going to the toy store, Toys R Us. Oh, yeah, it's so sad that it's closed. I can't believe Toys R Us is gone. I remember I would be so excited about going to Toys R Us, mostly for the video games. I always love going to Toys R Us and put some of my favorite characters in. Nice. All right. So very good. Lots of playful characters here. Goofy, Stitch, Woody, Buzz, Mickey, Minnie. Good childlike avatar here. I like the scout outfit, has a Girl Scout vibe. You know what would be cute since you're kind of dressed as a Girl Scout? would be some cookies. Like, I think that would be pretty fun, like selling cookies outside Toys R Us. You don't have to do that, but like, it would be pretty clever. I actually, now that I'm seeing somebody dressed in the Scout outfit, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen that, because I think that's a super cute, super clever idea. Now, aside from that, I do think being a little closer to the avatar would be very, very much worth considering here. You could come up a bit further. I mean, I wouldn't cover the toy shop logo here, but you could come up to where, you know, your head is right about here. But again, you know, it is the meta. It's very, very popular when it comes to dream snaps, like getting the camera close to the avatar. You see it in a vast majority of the 4K snaps. The voters love it. So I do think it would be worth considering here, especially with your cool outfit, and especially if you end up adding a small table with some cookies for sale. But even if it's not like a cart or a stall, just having like a tiny table, like a display pillar with cookies on it, and you in the Scout outfit, I think it would be a really cute addition to this. Now, unfortunately, we do have a lot of shade here and here. So, since the sun is kind of off to the right, and the trees are coming up here, the sun is hitting the right side of these trees. So, we have a big shadow on the toy shop. We have, no light hitting the trees here. You can see, this is the color you would be getting if we didn't have the shade. You would be getting this nice vibrant green, because we can see some sunlight hitting right here. But this is the shade we're getting instead. And again, that lighting and these colors make your dream snap pop really well. Like if we look at the color of the brick here, and then we look at it here, it does have a very, very, very big impact on performance when it comes to lighting. This will do well. I think it has a good shot at 4K, but I do think it would struggle against well-lit scenes where they have the sun more behind the camera, or they angle the build more towards the sun. I mean, I see your shadow going back here, back into the left a little bit. Perhaps, because this tree seems to be getting good light, what if instead of having your trees come out like this, you made a background of trees? Like, do we need the trees to be coming out? Because that's where all the shadows are coming from. Like, if you didn't have this big tree here, we would have great light on the toy shop. And we would also have light on this tree. But this tree in the corner is blocking it. Just like this tree in the left corner is blocking the light from this side. So, your sun is in a good spot, like, judging by your shadow. But the reason we have so much shade is because you're building the background outward. If you built the background straight across the left and right-hand side of the scene, you won't have to deal with that issue. And that's why in most of my builds, you'll see that it's a straight background and it doesn't come out to the sides. For the sides, I just use, other background items on the backdrop, and then I have, a handful of items. So if we look at previous snaps here, like in this one, I have a building here and a building here, but nothing past that kind of coming out like walls, because it would put all of this in the shadows. And it's same with like this, we made the background straight across, but the trees don't come out towards the side. The issue with having the trees come out, again, is, if we go... Like, if I had trees coming out this way, look at how much shade that adds to the build. Even here, it's going to completely shade that house out. And, again, lighting and color, very, very important in the 4K range. So, I don't think it's really worth it to have the trees here, because you could just take them and put them in the background instead, and you're still going to fill out this skyline the same. You just take this tree and you put it next to this tree instead of in front of it. That way you don't have this big shadow on your toy shop. You don't have this big shadow on your tree. You won't have shadows over your characters here or over your items. You have really good light and color right here. There's like one pocket of great sunshine right here. Imagine if you had that color throughout the entire scene. which you totally can with just a very minor change. All you would have to do is just reposition these trees. These are the culprit for casting most of that shadow. And again, you know, I would definitely consider the Dreamsnap meta, consider what the voters like, you know, being closer to the avatar, unless there's something very important that you're going to be blocking. In this case, you know, I wouldn't get so close that you block this or this, but if you come up a little bit, you can have your head come up to about right here. Dreamy Dewdrop is next. Very good scene of the cat. Love this. Love this. Star Command Kitty here, reaching out to pet the kitty. Very playful villagers as well. Great background. We have the toy shop, the theater, the candy shop. And again, you know, this is exactly what I was recommending for the previous snap. Notice how the background is built in a straight line. It's not coming out. It doesn't have to. You know, you can fill out your skyline just fine with a straight line backdrop, and that's going to allow the light to really come into your scene. Good job breaking up the pathing here at the base. You know, if you were just sitting on more of the gray brick, it would be a lot, but having this little mosaic here is a good play. Very youthful look for the avatar. Great lighting, great saturation, good color. Yeah, don't really recommend any changes here. Very solid, Dreamy, very solid. I think very likely for 4K. All right, let's move on to secondary reviews. Okay, first up we have Fallen Angel. We got one here, and then we got one here. Oh, nice, nice. Good changes. Yeah, we talked about filling in the tree line. And we talked about, you know, we have a lot of good villagers here. But again, you know, it's very popular to play those villagers up towards the front of your scene. You know, they don't have to be right at the front like this, but showcasing the villagers well goes over about the same as showcasing the avatar well. It's very popular. So in the initial shot, you know, we had great villager presence, but a lot of them are just kind of, you know, tucked away in the background, especially with the small villagers like Buzz and Woody. Having them closer is great. So now, yeah, great job with the tree line here. Love the little pink flower petals. But we have Alice, we have Stitch, we have the new kitty cat here. Olaf, Buzz, Woody, Vanellope jumping here, and Tigger jumping up right here. And yeah, just look at the difference there with the villager presence, you know. Very impactful, very impactful. Yeah, great job with the changes here. Definitely nailed the day at the park with friends vibe. And I like how on the new one you have a bit more of a presence with some of these petals in the sky. And this one, they were a bit lower. But yeah, they're really popping on here. And yeah, good style for the avatar. Very playful. Yeah, great job, Fallen Angel. Great job with the advice. Well done. I think very safe for 4K. Scylla is next. We have Yesterday's here. Changed up the decor in the back. Also, got more of a smile from the avatar. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, kept all the strengths. I really like the memory you chose to put on the wall here. I think that's a great change. You know, with it being like a big, you know, a child's room, like a playroom. I think this makes a lot more sense than the giant aquarium. The aquarium is really pretty, but I do think it throws off the balance of the snap. And we have Buzz, we have Lucky, and we have Mochi. My only recommendation from here, Scylla, if you would have the time, would be to use more than one villager. There's so many good playful villagers. And with you being towards the front of the room, you have so much space to really make the most of it. I mean, you know, we can go back to Scuttle Snap because they did this very well, because it's something we talked about a lot this week. If you really want to impress voters with an indoor submission, having a lot of playful villagers, a lot of on-theme villagers, so many players don't even know how to do that. They don't even know how you bring multiple villagers indoors. So when they see a snap that has a really good room build, a great avatar, and all of these villagers that work perfectly with the theme, that is definitely going to help sway them to choose your snap. You have really good colors here. You know, the build is very playful. But from here, the only advice I really would have would be, you know, you could include Buzz and Woody at the front. Vanellope is a child villager. You can have her towards the back. You can have, like, Peter Pan over here. You know, there's some great villagers you can add here. You wouldn't need to go too crazy. You could just use a villager summoning on him until you have... You can bring one villager with you by hanging out, and then you can use a villager summoning maybe 2 or 3 times until you get, you know, I don't know, 4 good playful villagers, and then toggle everyone else off and place the other ones in your scene. But I do think that would be worth considering here to make this even more competitive. It's already a strong snap, but if it pops up against, you know, there's going to be a lot of good outdoor builds that have a lot of villagers. And I think when people see these scenes with all of these playful villagers, you know, they're going to be impressed. And you can compete with them well, even with an indoor build, by taking the same approach. You know, utilize some of your space to bring some villagers in, tell a bit of a story, you know, show kids playing, you know, make it extra playful. But yeah, I love the companions here. JMR is next. Option 1, option 2. Okay. Moved back in the room to give more space, changed hairstyle, added more childlike villagers. Also, first picture had a strange yellow color when I restart my game. And the colors went back to normal. The lighting in the first picture was actually much better. This is super pale. I'd be very careful here. So, you see how colorful and vibrant Scylla's scene is? And, you know, we see it here. With these outdoor scenes. You know, a lot of these are very vibrant. This one's kind of shadow cast. And we see it with Scuttles as well. With yours, the time of day, JMR, actually matters indoors and outdoors. So the reason this had more of a yellow hue was most likely because you were at the sunset time of day while you were inside. This is more of the midday time of day. But you see how pale the floor looks? Compared to this, look at how colorful the floor looks. You want to show more of the room, and you do have some great villagers here. But, again, you know from all the snaps you've sent in and all the 4K snaps you've got, you know voters love those vivid colors. So I would be very careful because, you know, this is the kind of color you should be aiming for if you want to win over voters. Or the kind of vibrancy, I should say. Like if we look at the mats on the floor, the colors really come through here. In this one, they're all very pale. They're very whitewashed. It makes the photo feel hyper bright, but not vivid, if that makes sense. So one thing that could be causing that, number one, your lights, these candle lights. There's certain lights you can hang indoors that will actually cast light if it's past 6 p.m. But I would also be careful not to have too much of the haze light kind of around them. And then your time of day is very important indoors, just like it is outdoors. So time of day and saturation could help you make this, I think, a good bit more competitive. The villager spacing and villager use is really good. But there's going to be a lot of snaps in the 4K range that are going to be much more vibrant and much more eye-catching. So again, keep in mind a lot of people vote on small screens like the Switch or Switch 2 or Steam Deck or ROG Ally or Apple Arcade. When you're looking at 2 photos and one is very well lit and very vibrant, it's typically going to be better at grabbing attention. And a lot of people vote very fast. So if you can grab their attention with vibrant, bold colors, you know, you don't want to crank the saturation all the way up because you can overdo it. But you also want to be careful that, you know, the photo doesn't come off as pale. So we have all this light haze here from this light. And, you know, we see the white ceiling at the top with the white trim. Then we have the white base at the wall. And then we have the rug itself, which is, you know, like I mentioned, very pale compared to your original shot. So you did a great job showing more of the room. That allowed you to add more villagers, which is going to make your Dreamsnap a lot more competitive. But now we have a new problem. Yesterday you had great lighting and great color. Today you don't. So it wasn't a strange yellow color. It was your time of day and your saturation that made it look this way. So keep in mind, time of day is very, very important indoors and outdoors. Scarlet, good afternoon. I moved my character closer using the visitor's alchemy table. Any other advice would be appreciated. Thank you again. First picture of the original. I added 2 poses, one with a cat, and one seated. Okay. So yesterday's here. Now we have this one, and we have this one. So these are both good, but I do think for this one, I would probably move these lights closer in. Because the way the lights are at the top of this scene is pretty nice. And if you do bring these lights closer in, they're going to hang over a good bit of the ceiling that we do see, which is going to help, you know, add some detail to that ceiling piece that you have at the top here. Now, this one with you seated, the lights are close to the top of the scene, so it's good, but the issue with this snap is that the bottom is very empty. You know, we don't really have anything in this bottom left corner, nothing in the bottom right corner. There's some good items you can place in here, or you can have villagers right here at the front of your scene. You know, you can always have Stitch right here, Vanellope right here, or you could put some items down here. But I would be, you know, just be careful to not leave your bottom left and bottom right-hand corners empty. In this one, you have items coming down in the corners a bit better, but I would probably pull these lights forward a bit more if you ended up going in this direction. But out of the current 2, I do think this one is a bit better. You have really good lighting on the avatar. The cat's really cute. Keep in mind, you can use the cat and this robot pose. If you use the Oasis Starpath companion tub, there's one in the vault right now from the current Starpath. You can attach companions to that, and you can have companions inside. So you could always have, you know, one of those little companion homes off to the left, and maybe you can get the kitty cat to walk into the scene. I mean, you can attach a couple of pets to it, really. Or you can use the villager summoning item and bring in the dogs. You know, if you didn't, you know, instead of a cat, you can always do lady in the corner here, or tramp in this corner here, or lady in this corner here. But I would try to get some items in the corner, and then maybe even something here on the rug that you're interacting with. You have all these toys around. You could have like a little toy, couple toys down here with you. All kinds of things you can bring into this foreground, but that would be my main focus if you go with this one. Now, if you go with this one, you come all the way down to the foreground. It's not as empty, so I don't think you need to worry about the foreground as much with this scene. But if you go with this option, I would pull these lights closer to the camera. That way, they'll occupy more of this ceiling space. Dekai. You suggested I make it so my avatar is telling a story, like reaching for present. I'm showing 2 options. Hope the pictures come out okay. I'm on vacation, having some computer issues. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, very nice, very nice. Very good. Yeah, either one of these I think is great. This one I like a bit more. Like this one, she's reaching for the present, but this one feels a bit more playful because she looks super joyful. You know, we have the birthday cake up here, party hats. We have a little piñata. Woody, Buzz, the pets, Olaf. Everybody's looking really good here. So yeah, very strong, very strong. I would definitely go with this one, Dakai. You know, there will likely be a lot of snaps out there that have many more villagers and a bit more depth of field. But with you, I think you mentioned Vacation and, yeah, Vacation and computer issues. I wouldn't worry about it too much. This is a great submission. I think it's definitely has 4K potential. Likely will get 4K unless you pop up against some snaps that have a much bigger villager presence and more depth of field. But if you're trying to put together something that's, you know, a bit easier and fast, this is great. Very, very strong for, you know, a submission that you're not pouring hours and hours into. So, yeah, it looks really good. Meredith is next. So we have our original here. Original and new. Placed paving. Blocked out the background with trees. Changed hair in the outfit. I also added the plushie horse and avatar a wave in the picture because kids do that a lot. Okay. I'll be honest with you. I would not use this wave. Not because it's not a good idea, but because Gameloft just needs to fix this. It's not your fault, Meredith. It's the way Gameloft coded this face. Like, look at, like, okay. When it comes to Dream Snaps, beauty plays a big role in performance. Like how, you know, pretty the photo is. And the avatar is a big part of that. So with this wave pose, for whatever reason, when you do the wave pose, the avatar does this really weird thing where she smiles with both rows of teeth. And also with the distance you are from the camera, you know, there's like, it even looks like a tooth is missing here. So I would not use the wave pose until they fix it. Unless you're facing away from the camera waving at somebody. There's other poses you can use that could be really good. Like I said, I understand the idea behind it, but it's not a very good look for the avatar. There's a lot of scenes where, you know, she's going to feel a bit more natural. But yeah, the way they coded this wave is not the best. The other thing I would recommend here, Meredith, is your framing, your centering. You have the toy shop in the middle of the scene. You have this rug in the middle of the scene. And you have blocks on each side. But you're turning your camera towards the right for some reason. So now the toy shop is over here towards the right side of the screen. It's not in the middle. Your mosaic down here is not in the middle. So it looks like you were going to do a toy house with a house on the left and a house on the right. But you see how Minnie's house is so far to the right, it's behind this pillar. But then on the other side, on Mickey's house, there's all this space. Balance. You've made a good scene here. You need to work on your balance. So when you open your camera, try to make sure you're right in the middle of that mosaic, right in front of the toy shop where you are. And then you want to position your camera to where the toy shop is right in the middle of the scene, and Mickey and Minnie's houses are an equal distance away from the edge of the scene. It doesn't matter if you show this ride or not. This ride, if you're turning the camera just so we can see this ride, it's not really doing anything for you. Like, we can't even really see it much. You know, we just see a circle and a pole and, like, a piece of the ride. So it's not really doing you any favors here. I would focus more on balance, because keep in mind, balance is very, very important for Dream Snaps. And I would also use more villagers. You can use a villager summon item, and you can use the new toggle to place every single villager you could possibly want. And again, you know, if you look at a lot of your competition, there's people that are doing a really good job using a lot of playful villagers. We talked about that a lot yesterday. So, you know, just Goofy and just Mickey, you have so much space. Like, look at all this open space behind you. Look at all this space in front of Minnie's house. Look at all this space in front of Mickey's house. Why not add villagers there, you know? If you want to get 4K, you need to be in the mindset that you're trying to build a photo that can beat 96% of players. That's what it takes to get 4K. You have to have it in your mind that, okay, I want 4,000 moonstones this week. I want to get some cool stuff from the premium shop. But in order to get 4,000 moonstones, I need to build a photo that can beat 96% of players. Adding villagers to your scene is so easy now. You can use a villager summoning item. What I do is I build a fence around it. And any item that summons villagers, all you have to do is just walk up to it and summon villagers. And once you have a bunch of villagers in this fence, like trapped in here, you just use the camera toggle to put them in your photo. That's it. It's that easy. If you take 5 minutes to sit here and summon villagers, and that's really all it takes, like about 5 minutes of doing this, you will have almost every villager in the game trapped in this area. And you don't have to let them out or turn them all off. Once you have all the villagers trapped, all you got to do from there is go set up your camera and use the toggle and place the villagers you want to use. We just got Vanellope, we got Timon, both very good playful villagers. So we're going to keep doing this as we're trying to get playful villagers. Villagers that have that youthful feel to them. And we're going to focus on using them. So think Tigger, Oswald, Timon, Pumbaa. You could do Donald, Mickey, Goofy, Vanellope, Olaf, Buzz, Woody. There's so many good villagers for you to use. And like I said, Gameloft has made this very, very simple and very easy for you to do. All you have to do is just summon them and then you use the toggle. You're talking about a few extra minutes of work that is going to make your Dreamsnap far more competitive. But if you're not in that mindset, if you're not thinking like, oh, if I really want 4K, like I have to beat 96% of the other players. If you're not considering that, then it's going to be really hard to actually get 4K. If you're not approaching Dreamsnaps with a little bit of competitiveness. Now, if you don't care what rank you get, or you're not worried about 4K, then don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. You don't have to do these things. As long as you understand that the people that are getting 4K week after week after week, they are doing these things. And there's only so much room in 4K. So you need to be able to compete with these players in order to get these results. So definitely a much better scene than yesterday. Really good job paving the environment. Good job closing off the backdrop here. Main focus from here, Meredith, would be I would fix the pose. Again, I get the idea behind the wave. I think it was a good idea. But until Gameloft fixes the face here, not worth doing. It's one of the worst looking poses in the game because, nobody really smiles like this. And then, if it wasn't for that, this would be a great pose. Not your fault, but Gameloft needs to fix it before it. That's why you rarely ever see this pose in 4K. Like, you can look through Kingdom of Beauty if you go to my Facebook and you look through all the 4K submissions. I would be willing to put money on it that you won't see a single one of these on my Facebook post. You won't see this wave at all. Mainly because it just doesn't look good, So, yeah. Again, not your fault. That kind of comes to Gameloft, and hopefully they'll fix that. But there's a lot of great poses you can use. We've talked about them. So, I would just choose something that has that youthful spirit, that youthful charm, and doesn't have like a weird, like tooth missing, double row of teeth kind of smile. So, a different pose, better balance. Try to center this toy shop, and then add villagers. Try to add a lot of playful villagers. Don't focus on worrying about adding serious or adult villagers. Focus on youthful, childish, playful villagers. Stitch, Olaf, Buzz, Woody, Oswald, Tigger. There's so many good options. You can bring them in your scene, and you've kept so much of your scene empty. You don't always have to fill out a scene with items. You can fill it out with villagers. So if you want to have so much emptiness in your scene, let's use that space for villagers. Now, the last thing I'll mention is I don't think these lanterns are doing you any favors. You already have a pretty aurora here. You have a pretty rainbow. This toy shop is really important, but you're blocking the word toy with these lanterns. Is that worth it? I don't really think so. I think you can get rid of the lanterns. Or you can have the lanterns on the left side and right side, but I would make sure we can see the toy shop well because it's the centerpiece of your build. Lunaris. This was the original, and this is the new. Very nice. Definitely added some good playful vibes here. Stitch is a very playful villager. It almost looks like he's throwing Rapunzel in the air to catch her. Alice, very playful. I like the horse, too, the magical horse. Little tea party set here is fun. So good job making it more playful. You know, we did have like a playful giggle, but my concern is that there are so many snaps out there that are going over the top playful. And, you know, there's snaps out there like this, and then like Sunshine's, like the pool party. Let's put both of these on the end because I keep coming back to them. This one too. Okay, so these would be our examples. Over the top playful. Like, look at how playful this is with, like, all of these playful villagers. This is what I'm trying to encourage Meredith to do because she has all that open space that's just sitting there. And again, you know, if you want to get 4K, this is what you're up against. These snaps right here are very likely for 4K. But look at how they've added so many different villagers. Look at how they've detailed the environment. They're not leaving big, open, empty spaces. They've balanced the photo. You know, all of these things are things everyone's capable of. You know, it's just, do you want to put in the effort or not? That's why I always try to recommend to people, like, make sure you're enjoying snaps. If you're actually having fun, doing this is rewarding. Like, adding the, like, I don't know about you guys. Let me know if you feel this way, but I love the new villager toggle. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with using it. It's so much fun. And it's always, I'm just caught off guard by the amount of people that have a big open scene and just have like 2 villagers when there's so much potential. It's so cool that we can add the villagers where we want them. We can have them do what we want them to do. It's so fun. But if you're not having that fun, adding these villagers is going to feel like a chore, and you're probably just not going to do it. That's why the act of enjoying snap creation is I think, a huge component in performance. If you're treating it like a chore, like, oh god, I gotta do my snaps so I can get some moonstones. Okay, I put down some buildings. I paved. I put down a couple houses. I added some villagers. Am I done? It's gonna be really hard to grow, learn, and improve with that kind of mindset. Instead, you know, you should be looking at your snap and saying, oh, I have all this space over here. What if I added Joy over there? What if I added Tigger over here? Oh, I can add the hopscotch thing and have Tigger jump on it. Oh, I can have a birthday cake right at the front. I can make a pool party. I can, you know, there's so much potential for creativity. And whether or not you enjoy that creative process will, you know, determine how the snap comes together. But yeah, just, you know, that new villager toggle is a big deal. So anyway, back to your snap here. Lunaris, definitely more playful, which is good, because that was the main thing I was worried about with the original. You know, we have Belle, who's a bit more serious, a bit of a reader. We have Rapunzel, who's more of an artist, but not the most playful scene. The giggling is playful, but is it going to be playful enough to beat these snaps that are, like, super playful? Probably not. But this has a much better fighting chance. Alice looks very playful here. Stitch looks very playful. We still have the Avatar looking playful, just like in the beginning. And you got a really good shot of Rapunzel here. This is actually very playful for Rapunzel. So yeah, really, really good job with the switch up here. Feels a lot more playful. Still might have a hard time against some of these super playful snaps, but it's now a lot more competitive against them. Plum Bob is next. First pick is the original. All right. Your feedback was to give the character more of a child look. I changed my look, added some toys, tried 2 different versions. Appreciate the feedback. Okay. Oh, very good childlike design on the avatar here. So we have one with you a bit closer. I kind of like the one with you really close here, but this is also really good. I think the one with you really close, the colors get a bit more saturated. Like in this one, there's a little bit more light haze. Both are great options, though. I also think with you closer, we don't see the bright pink at the base. Well, I'm kind of covering it with myself. Well, down here, we get this like very bright or light pink down at the base, but on this one, that a lot of that light pink is out of the shot and contrasts really well with Buzz here. Figaro and Lucky look really good in this one too. I like this one a bit more. I think it highlights the changes of the avatar really well. But I think either one of these Lunars either one of these Plum Bob are very likely for 4K. Nikki Marie. So this is the original here. For my prior review, it was discussed to add some more villagers to my snap, and that we prefer the zoomed out compared to the up close because it captured the blocks and motifs. It was also discussed to change the outfit more childlike. So here's my redo with the original. I really like it. Okay, let's see. Yeah, very good, very good. And, you know, if you wanted to keep, like, the Western outfit, I think that would be okay. You can always go with hair or something else, because, like... But I do think the new outfit is very strong. It's very childlike. Great job getting some extra villagers in here, but the only downside here is it looks like your lighting is a bit different. Notice how bold your colors are in yesterday's snap. It looks like you were running a higher saturation. If you're... if it's the sunset time of day, you can run a 0.2 or a 0.3 saturation. If it's regular daytime, not sunset, you can run a 0.6. But your saturation was better in the original. Your colors pop really well here. Whereas in the new one, it's a little bit more pale. Do you see what I mean when we kind of toggle back and forth? But that's an easy fix. All you would really need to do, yo, Crafty Joe, welcome. All you would really need to do to adjust that would just be to dial up the saturation a tiny bit more. You don't even need a lot. I would just take it a tiny bit further. The other thing here is, if you want to make this scene pop a little bit better, I would avoid the regular gray brick. There's a much better option now. If you did the Perfect Romance Star Path, there's a really dark gray brick that's still, it's similar to this, but it creates a really good backdrop for colored items. The problem with a very light gray is that it kind of absorbs color from the scene, whereas a darker color helps complement the rest of the colors in the scene. That's why most of my moderns... I actually have not used this brick in any of my builds since we got the new path. I kind of buried it here. I don't even think you can see it. But yeah, we did have the brick here. It's the darker gray brick. Yeah, we have it here. So instead of that pale white gray brick, we have the darker gray from the Perfect Romance Star Path. And the nice thing with this path is you can just buy it from Scrooge. You don't even have to craft it. But I think swapping out for the new path and boosting your saturation a little bit would be really good for this one. But yeah, the increased villager presence makes it a lot more playful. And usually I would recommend being closer to the avatar. But for your scene, with the way you had the motifs like on the blocks here, I definitely think that's worth doing. Though I would try to move the blocks more in like yesterday. You see how yesterday you get the whole motif here, like the whole face? That looks really good. And we can actually read the word sheriff on this block. In the new one, we only get like half the face, and we don't get to read the word sheriff here. I really like the way you set up the motifs here yesterday. So very positive changes with the additions of the villagers. It's the direction we want to go in to make the snap more competitive, but we don't want to lose what it's doing right. So what it's doing right, saturation and color, very, very good. The presence of these blocks on the side combined with the motif, very, very good. So what I would try to do is recreate your original angle, try to get the blocks coming into the scene just like you had yesterday, try to get the color just like you had yesterday, and consider swapping out this very light gray brick with either the dark gray brick from the Perfect Romance Star Path or the main street path. Both of those would make the color of this scene pop a lot better. Black Knight is next. Okay. He's just putting in more playful and happy poses, as well as for the character. I struggled to find a pose that I like, that had a good angle and framing, but I have attached 3 snaps with different poses I think could work. Okay. Yeah, getting the villagers to be more animated and interact with the environment is very good here. The bird one's really fun. I love Joy jumping up on the side. Woody playing hopscotch. Very good. Good storytelling. And even have the giant Alice. Oh, this one's really good. Honestly, I would say it's between you interacting with the wildlife, with the bird, or you with the net. I think the net is really cute. I think it's a bit more creative. A great way to use the snippet net. Vanellope looks really good here, like she's cheering you on. You're about to catch something. You know, companions and villagers, everybody's really animated. This time we have Timon playing hopscotch. But yeah, I think either one of these are going to be very good bets. But I really like this one. I would go with this one. Chewy, we got another camping snap. So this was the original here. You suggested adding more villagers. I also changed my outfit as I thought the original was not youthful enough. Change the tint balance to balance the blue. My question is, did I go too far with the villagers? I am submitting 2 options, one with more and one with quite a lot. First shot is the original, then 2 new options. No, that's not too many at all. Like, not by any stretch of the imagination. This is actually ideal. I wouldn't even say this is a lot, because some people take it a lot further than this. You're using a lot of small villagers, and you have a lot of open space, so this is a good way to fill that space. So we have Peter, we have Alice, Vanellope on the bench, Buzz, Woody. It looks like they're telling stories around the fire, which is really fun. We have Remy. We have Stitch playing some music. Really good poses on the characters here. But this is 100% what I would go with. I'm not sure why, you know, why you would feel like you went too far. If anything, you know, like, I would say this might be too far, but I was trying to create a very busy expo, like a very busy world fair. Now, if you did something like this for a camping trip, where you're using pretty much every single villager that you can possibly fit, yeah, it's probably going to be too much. And who knows, you know, maybe people won't even like this snap because I went really over the top with the villagers. But I was trying to create a traditional World Fair experience, you know, where a very large-scale event where people come from all over the world to see the sights and wonders of the World Fair. So I used a lot of villagers. Now, if you try to do this in a camping scene, it would be over the top. Like if you just had random people, but you don't. This is all very specific to the theme. You know, you have childlike villagers, playful villagers. So we have Peter Pan, Vanellope, Alice, Buzz, Woody, Timon, Lady, Tramp, and Stitch, and Remy. So a very suitable collection of villagers. And then Flynn is the only one that's like an adult, but he's back there laughing and having a good time. He looks like the one hosting the camping trip. So yeah, it works really, really well. I definitely think it's the best of the 3. Like, this one is cute around the fire, and you have added some good villagers, but we don't really have anything going on the picnic bench. You know, there's nothing going on in the backdrop, really. And when we look here, all of the space is being utilized very well. So, you know, we have Peter Pan, like, floating behind the picnic bench. We have Vanellope sitting on the bench. We have Alice by the tent. Stitch playing the guitar is such a good addition here. And then you guys telling stories around the fire. You know, yeah, I would not worry at all about this being too far. Ultimately, you know, how it'll do just depends. There's only a few camping snaps out there that I've seen. So, you know, performance will really come down. I don't think the amount of villagers you're using, that's only going to help you. I don't see any world where that's a negative. But there are a lot of scenes out there that are very toy-centric or birthday-centric. Your scene is very good, and so are these scenes. So ultimately, you know, performance will depend on what kind of voter you get and what kind of snaps you pop up against. So I wouldn't worry too much about having too many villagers because you're not even close to too many. Ultimately, performance, like I said, is just going to come down to the vibes, you know. People that have really fond memories of camping with friends and telling stories around the fire will probably absolutely love this. And snaps with, you know, birthday parties or arcades could be really good for some people. It just depends. Very hard to say how, you know, everybody's going to perform because there's a lot of diversity in the scenes. I think that would have more sway in performance. I was advised to add Vanellope or add a friend. Could I get a companion to work as the food bowl and pet bowl do not go inside? Make it make sense. I had Lady instead. Yeah, Lady and Tramp are great for indoors. But yeah, when it comes to the pets inside, you can just, you know, set the companion tub out of the frame and just have them walk in. The new one is definitely a lot better. It looks like now you have some lights hanging on the ceiling. We're casting some great light into the room. Really good saturation. Vanellope looks really funny here. Lady, you know, very excited to be here with you playing. So this looks super playful from Lady. Vanellope looks like she's on drugs like usual. And, you know, I like the toy pose here for Woody. Very solid, very solid. Very positive changes here. I think very safe for 4K Marie. I love the TV in the background with the memory as well. I think that's such a good touch. Soko is next. This was yesterday's. Soko is a new first-time submitter, but also somewhat new to snaps. The main thing I recommended for them was to check out my lighting guide for indoor lighting tips so they can, you know, really figure out lighting. You told me to work on lighting and positioning of the camera, as well as switching out some of the furniture that don't make sense indoors. I'm a lot happier with this one. It took me ages to figure out the villager trick, but I think it was worth it. My only concern is the top right corner, which is still dark. Is that something I can fix with Vignette, or should I add another lamp? You're asking a really good question, Soko. Also, does the chandelier on the left side of the shot take away from it? Well, let's see. So the reason it's dark over here, if you did take away the vignette, it's going to make the corner with this lamp super bright because you have this in a corner as well. What I would do is put the same exact lamp on the opposite side as well. That's kind of what we see here in this shot. Marie has a lamp hanging over here on the left and over here on the right. That's why we get such good lighting in the back of this build. And you did a great job with the camera trick. Look at that. You even nailed getting... This is such a good improvement. So a few things here. And I think you'll be feeling pretty good. And you did get a couple of villagers in there, which is nice. That said, you know, if you could get more, you don't have to go too crazy, but, you know, if you can get Buzz, Woody, Vanellope, Lady, or Stitch, just other small villagers that you can easily fit into the environment, it is going to make the photo more competitive. But this is a huge improvement from the original. Let me tell you how to get the lighting even better. So, Massive improvement from yesterday, right? The lighting is already looking a lot better. The main thing we need to do from here, Soko, is try to balance the lighting, and we want to light the front of the scene as well. So what you'll need is 2 more of these lanterns. You can take 1 more lantern, put it over here on the right side, just like you have this one on the left side, and then take your 3rd lantern and hang it directly in front of you. So, you know, like have the squares of the lantern touching the top of this rug right here. That way you have a light right in front of you that's going to put light on your foreground and on your avatar and on your villagers. Let me give you a quick demonstration of how that's going to work out for you. Doesn't really matter what wall we use. We'll just use something dark so we can tell the difference. For the floor, we'll just throw on this Edwardian carpet, whatever. Okay. Now you're using the Chandelier of the Deep, which is great. But keep in mind, once it's after 6 p.m., there's even more lights you can use. So, my video didn't really cover this. The chandelier works all times a day. But there's also things like the red hanging lanterns that are a bit smaller. And one really small light that can be good. Oh, these hanging orbs. These can be really playful. These can be super fun. They work good for a kid's room, and as you can see, they're also casting light. And there's also things like the polished chandelier or the LaBouffe chandelier. It hangs a little bit higher, so you're not likely to see it as much. This was premium, though. Keep in mind, these lights I'm showing you right now, these don't cast light unless it's after 6 p.m. And changing your time offset will not change that. So normally, this light would not be casting, but since it's after 6, it is. But since you're using the Chandelier of the Deep, you know, we're gonna do this. So this is how your shot is kind of set up right now. Yeah, that's just about where you are, kind of like that. So you can see the chandeliers in the top left. Now that we've put one on this side, you know, we have the light on both ends. But we're still kind of dark here at the front of the scene, like just like you are. Oops. So to balance out your lighting, you're going to want, you know, more than one chandelier. You'll want one kind of on each side. But, you know, now the issue is that we don't have much light here. So in order to fix that, what we're going to do is we're going to take another light. And we're going to put this one kind of right in front of us, like right here. We can actually move it a little bit further up. And if we want the character to be even brighter, for whatever reason, this is good enough though. But if we wanted the character to be even brighter, what we could do is we can come down here to character lighting, and we can turn up the character lighting. Just be careful not to take it too far, because then she starts to glow like some kind of spirit. So, you know, around like 30 to 40% can be really good. I would say in this case, maybe 40%, you know. But yeah, for your right and left-hand corner, if you get a chandelier on both sides, just keep in mind, though, like I said, if it's after 6 p.m., there's way more lights you can use. You can try all kinds of ceiling lights after 6 p.m. Some of them still don't cast, like these honeycomb lights. They're still not going to cast. But if you look at, you know, like the LaBouffe chandelier, this is casting. If you look at this Mickey Mouse light, this is going to cast. It is going to hang down pretty low, though. And even this will, like, just kind of on the edge of the wall there, but the bubble light. This will also cast light. So if I wanted to get, see how the center is kind of dark, we can also put this light right here. Now we have lighting over the avatar. We have lighting on the left, lighting on the right, and lighting in the center. Now you're using that tall bunk bed there, so you might not be able to get a light in the center. So don't worry about that. Or you can use a smaller bed. Now the last thing I want to show you with indoor lighting, Soko, would involve windows. I also covered this in the video, so you might already know this. But you can actually have light come into your room from the windows. And you can see that light on the floor. So this can be a really good way to get even more light into your room, have some light, tracing across the floor. And if you wanted to, time of day, if you move through your time of day, you'll notice the light moves along the windows. There's also different types of light. Like midday light is more of a white light. Sunset light is more of a golden light. And nighttime light is more of a pale blue type of light. So I prefer sunset time of day indoors. If you want to get those really nice, warm, and cozy vibes or colorful vibes. So sunset time of day looks like this, midday looks like this, and nighttime looks like this. So just keep in mind, your time of day is equally important indoors as it is outdoors. But yeah, hopefully now that you've seen this, you got a good idea of how you can finish up the lighting. Really good job getting the pose. Like I said, you made the Dreamsnap a lot stronger, Soko. So very good job applying the changes. Whoops. Yeah, huge improvement. Huge improvement. But if you can balance out the light a bit, and I do think, like you have the bookshelves here, I would stick with toy stuff and kid posters, try to make the room feel very childlike. Even the bunk bed, you have this bunk bed here, it's very Peter Pan-esque, but the room doesn't really match it. There are other beds you can highlight. I think that'll make more sense, but you also don't even have to show the bed. The bed could be on the side of the room that we don't see, if that makes sense, or it could be a playroom. But I do think if you didn't have the bed here, you could end up with 3 lights, so you can light up the whole backdrop. And then, you could have, if we look at Marie's snap, you could have a entertainment stand with a TV. And if you put a TV on it, you can use any memory. You can use a Toy Story memory or something that ties into the scene. Things like this can make your snap a lot more competitive. So yeah, I think instead of the bookshelves, some posters on the wall or some memory frames on the wall could be good. You can have toy blocks over here or other toys. And then on the right-hand side, we have this big blanket fort, so you don't really need much here. We just need a light on the right-hand side, just like we had on the left-hand side. And then maybe instead of the bed, you can do a centerpiece that's like an entertainment stand with a TV, and you can put some kind of memory on the TV that plays well with, who you're highlighting here. And then lastly, you can get some good light at the front of your scene by doing the same thing you did here. Put a light by the item that's pushing your camera. But yeah, very, very solid. You're going in a really good direction. This is a tremendous improvement, If you can finish mastering the lighting, you'll be well equipped for future indoor snaps. Coziest of Atlas. Unfortunately, Coziest of Atlas, it looks like you did not see my mod's reply to your post yesterday at 7:52. You uploaded this at 7:01. My mod tagged you and said, please include your original photo. If you read the rules of the Dreamsnap reviews, for these secondary reviews, we must have your old photo and your new photo. That way we can really cross-compare the two. Because you asked me, what do we think now? I don't really know because I can't recall what your original snap looked like. Now, you said you removed the fangs, changed the hair, and added the villagers and animated them, and you finished paving. So, you know, based on what I'm seeing, you know, positive changes. But without the original snap to compare it to, it's kind of hard to know if we went in the right direction for sure. So just make sure you read the rules and for these snap reviews. That way we can be more thorough. You know, the reason that we like to see both is we always want to make sure it went in a very positive direction. The last thing I want is for anybody's snap to not do as good because they made changes. So we really want to see both snaps. And again, all of this can be found in the Dreamsnap rules. So just be sure to read those before next week's submissions. Overall, though, villagers are well animated. The avatar looks more childlike without the teeth. Because I do remember the vampire teeth. My only recommendation would be if you have another type of path, something other than this very light gray. Like if you have the dark gray brick from the Perfect Romance Star Path, or if you have the Main Street Path would be best here. Just because it's not going to leach color from the rest of the build. But yeah, looking pretty good. Can't say, you know, without a comparison photo. Okay, Hope said I scrapped the 3 portal idea. All right, so we have these two. So I think this was yesterday's, and this is today's. Or no, this is today's. So, yeah, you know, the walls were very plain here, facing the back of the bookshelves. Looks like you added more furniture in. Now, I wouldn't turn around all the bookshelves, Hope, because now, you know, like I was just saying, maybe turn around 1 or 2 of them so that the walls have a little bit more texture, or you can put bookshelves in front of some of the walls. Let's see your other options here. Yeah, I feel like you're doing, you know, either they're all turned around or they're all facing us. We had some really good examples of indoor-outdoor builds yesterday, Hope. The bookshelves can be good if you're, like, really new and you don't have some of the items, but for indoor-outdoor builds, if you want them to look really good, use the wood beams instead of bookshelves and use the greenhouse kit that we got from Wishful Thinking. The wood beams and the greenhouse kit is how people make those really good indoor-outdoor builds. The bookshelves are what we used to use like a year ago, but it's kind of outdated because it doesn't look anywhere as good as the new items do. So I would be very mindful of that. Then we have an indoor build here. So for the indoor build, yeah, it looks like you changed the ceiling here. Windows would be really good here, Hope. That way you can get some light coming into the room. Not sure what time of day you're using. And I would also, you know, the meta still applies here. I would definitely try to get a lot closer to the camera. We can look at some other indoor builds here. Like, you know, Soko yesterday went from this to this. Amazing improvement, but, you know, they're showcasing the avatar a bit better here. But, you know, look at Marie's, you know. We got Marie pretty close to the camera here. I would try not to be too small in the scene. Like, you have this awesome scene here with, like, Woody and Remy and the avatar. Why not make that the central focus? Why not put that right at the front for a good wow factor? Because this scene right here is really good, but it's also really small. If we zoom in on this, like, imagine this was your photo, right? Or at least this was at the front of your photo. Like, right at the front of your photo, we see the avatar, we see Woody, we see Remy, we see the clock. Instead, we see, like, a tiny bit of a board game. This is way more valuable. The board game can just be behind you guys. You know, or back here, or back here. But yeah, I would definitely, you know, keep the meta in mind, Hope. Keep the meta in mind. Voters love seeing the avatar and the villagers well featured. I do think this will be a better bet than this direction. But the lighting and color here is better. So, I mean, you know, if you don't have time to make changes, I would just go with this one. because it does have good lighting and good color and way more playful villagers. Whereas this one, the lighting feels a bit pale. Like we don't get much blue on the wall here. We have a white ceiling. We have a very light brown floor. And then, you know, very small avatar presence, very small villager presence. So if you did want to go with the indoor one, you know, don't forget about adding windows to your build. Don't forget about playing close to the avatar. All those same things apply that we like to do outdoors. But yeah, if you have to pick between the two, I would go with this one. But this one could potentially be better. You would just want to get the saturation down. You would want these colors to be a bit more pronounced. And again, we can look at, you know, Marie's here. If we look at the coloration, you know, when also with these walls, when you do add the lights, it's a very light blue, so it's going to get even lighter. So the Toy Story wall is good, but, you know, if you want to play up lights, there's definitely some other walls you can consider as well. Toy Story walls definitely seem to be the most common this week, though. Heathen Dove. So we have yesterday's. I tried to change the outfit. Or I changed the tilt to be the other way, which shows this guy more. Should I switch it back? Let's see. So this was the original tilt. I don't know. I think the new one's fine. At least you got the Mickey Cloud in there, so I don't think you need to change it back. The fact that you got the big Mickey Cloud in the sky, I think is really nice. And the main thing we talked about for yours, Heathen Dove, was, you know, you have a great action scene here. We have some good villagers around. We just talked about how much space we had, and we can really make this a really fun play day with even more friends. So now you got, you know, some other great attendees here. Peter Pan flying in the sky here is perfect. Stitch looks good. Lady kind of rearing up at you. Tigger jumping behind you is fantastic. So you have very solid changes. I think the tilt going this way is great, so long as you have that Making Cloud. You know, it's a great filler. Very solid changes. Nightfall. So we had yesterday's here. Updated the pose, so like playing hopscotch. Added more jumping villagers, included Oswald and Tigger. Yeah, we talked about the benefit of, you know, when you're playing hopscotch, getting these villagers to jump and cheer for you. You know, we have Buzz jumping, we have Tigger, we have Vanellope, we have Joy. They're all leaping up. Peter Pan literally flying. And then we also talked about, you know, if you pause the pose at the right time, it looks like you're actively jumping instead of hovering. So now we have the new one here. Okay. Yeah, Oswald jumping back here. Tigger, very nice. Joy, Buzz. Yeah, very good, very good. It really looks like you're playing hopscotch this time, so really good job there. My only one small concern, and it's up to you whether you want to change this. I don't think it'll be a very big deal, but I do think for hopscotch, when you're jumping up and down, it might be better to wear something other than the dress, because the angle here, you know, is a little awkward, if that makes sense. Do you see what I'm seeing, you know? Like, we see a lot of thigh, like a whole lot of thigh, and we're cosplaying a kid, so I think that could be, you know...
Please don't forget about my secondary review if you have time. Smiley face emoji. Thank you for helping us.
Where's my chat? Who said that? Nomi. Oh, Nomi, thank you for the donut, my friend. So, Nomi, since you sent it via DM, it would be at the end of everybody else. Since you didn't make the deadline, all the snaps I'm reviewing right now, they came in before the deadline. I know yours, you weren't able to get in, I think. I don't think you were able to submit it in time, so you DM'd it to me. So I did tell you earlier that I would try to do it. We got to finish all the people that came in on time first. And then, you know, if I'm not dead tired or starving or my cat's not screaming at me, then I'll be happy to do yours as well. But, you know, that's why those deadlines are very important. But I will do my best. I will do my best, my friend. I will do my best. And thank you for the dono. 82.69 now. Very nice. But yeah, Nomi, we do all the reviews in order. So, you know, it's always going to be in order. In the order in which they came in. So, all the snaps I'm reviewing right now, they came in before the deadline. Like this one, for example, was submitted yesterday at 8:30 p.m., 8:34. The next snap I'm going to review after nightfall came in at 8:59 p.m. So I'm still reviewing snaps that came in yesterday. And all the snaps I have to review came in, like I said, before the deadline. So, you know, just please keep in mind, if you don't make the deadline, you're not guaranteed a review. I will do my best to review your snap today. I will absolutely do my best. Like I said, if I'm not too tired or, you know, too hungry, like if I end up streaming until like 10 or 10:30 and I can't get through these, then I probably won't be able to do it. But if I can be done by like 8 or 9, I likely will do it. It just depends on the progress we make. Which again, you know, you're always guaranteed a review if you submit by the deadline. But yeah, if I do, which I likely will, be reviewing your snap at the end of the stream. But just keep in mind, that will be the end of the stream because everybody else came in first. Everybody else submitted, you know, before the deadline. And to keep things fair, I'm always going to review the snaps in the order in which they came in. So, you know, we'll try our best to get to you, but just remember that that's going to be much later because all of these snaps came in before. So yeah, only thing I would really recommend here if you wanted to make a subtle change would be maybe something other than a dress. So we see like a little bit less thigh. But yeah, the villagers are great. And if you don't care about that, you know, if you're not too worried about it, Nightfall, I think, you know, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. But I do think that, you know, a lot of the hopscotch scenes I have seen, they're kind of in jeans or shorts. And I didn't really think about why, but I guess it kind of makes sense now. But yeah, the villagers look great here. I think you did a great job with the villagers. The background is very strong. Looking really good. Jenny is next. I tried for hours to get Arrow to cooperate and gave up. There's still enough improvement to compete for 4K. No, it's not worth the trade-off. It's not worth the trade-off. Ariel looks really good here. Like we mentioned yesterday, I highly recommend you adding playful villagers to your scene. But, like, you know, not adults or really big villagers like Maui. So, we talked about, you know, Stitch can be really good. Vanellope can be really good. Tigger maybe jumping around on the beach. You know, playful villagers, playful. Maui, he jokes around a lot, but there's a lot of villagers that fit the playful dynamic a lot better. And also, you don't want to put, like, a really large villager near the front of your scene, because look at all this detail you have back here. You have the spirit fire, you have the lifeguard stand, you have Stitch's house, you have the canoe club sign, you have this glowing, coral here, you have this seashell here, you have this flower, you have this snail. You're basically hiding all of that just for Maui. That's why we were talking about smaller villagers towards the front, you know? Stitch, you know, you already have Buzz. Oswald would work. I mean, pretty much almost anybody except for Maui and except for adults. So, you know, Peter Pan is great. Stitch is great. But you could be doing Oswald. You can even do Mickey or Donald. You could do Tigger. Again, there's so many good options. You know, Vanellope. And also, if you recall, you know, we mentioned that you can do the villager summoning trick where you just bring all the villagers to your floating island by using a villager summoning item. So it doesn't matter who's in the Scrooge shop. It doesn't matter who's at Chez Remy. It doesn't matter who's in their house. You can use every single villager in the game. All you have to do is fence in an area with a villager summoning item. Then you interact with that item, and you can just summon every villager to your floating island within like 5 minutes. Now, for Ariel, she was like the best thing about your original photo. She's the most important piece of this puzzle. If you can't get this to happen again, just go with the original. Which is unfortunate because this could be a lot more competitive if we were able to add, you know, Peter Pan floating in the sky here like you have in the new one. If you're able to have Stitch playing in the water right here, you know, he's in his little Hawaiian outfit. You can have him playing in the water here and we can see over him. You can have Vanellope jumping around on the shoreline. You can have Tigger bouncing by the lifeguard stand. You know, there's so many good playful villagers you can add, and you have so much room to add them. But not at the cost of losing Ariel, because this, you know, I think is one of the strongest things about the photo. So, if you can work it out to where you can get Ariel to cooperate, that's great. But if not, just stick with the original. It's not worth the trade. If anything, the new one actually hurts because Maui's really large. Moana's pretty tall here. She's blocking more of the background. So you had a great shoreline here. That's why, you know, when you have a really good background and you want to showcase it, that's why you got to focus on smaller villagers. And fortunately for you, most of the playful villagers are small. So if you did want to try again, you can try again. But if you can't get it, I would just stick with Ariel. Robbery in progress. Hello, my friend. Hello. All right. Yosemite, thanks again, man. You suggested to try center the angle or moving the toy story building slightly left to move the cat to the front and using the female avatar. All done. You also suggested using extra characters, which I'm not too sure about. I also forgot the fireworks. So please let me, please forget to mention that if it looks better with them. I also forgot the forgot the fireworks. I mean, you know, fireworks, I think they're fun if you want to have them. You don't absolutely need to, but voters do love the sparkles. So if you wanted to add them in, I think it can be great. And yeah, like we mentioned, you know, whether or not you want villagers in this one. Oh, I do like Tigger and Vanellope. You know, totally up to you whether or not you want to have the extra villagers in. I do think it's a good idea because now that we have the new villager toggle, there are going to be a lot of very competitive snaps this week with a lot of playfulness thanks to the fact that they're using so many playful villagers. So going with just Buzz and Woody, I think will work well against most snaps, but when you get into the 4K range, you're likely to start popping up against other 4K snaps. And there's just going to be a lot of snaps with, like, you know, several different villagers, all very well positioned and well posed. But since your whole scene is, like, very Toy Story centric, you could just go with Toy Story. You know, as long as you have the kitty cat right here in the front, he's like a whole extra character in himself. I do like the face paint on the female, and I think going with the female here is a good call because the beard and the mustache, you know, this would work for most snaps. But since so many people are giving their avatar like a childlike feel in most of these scenes, you know, like with the pigtails and with like the overalls and the little dresses, and they're using seated poses to make them look a little bit smaller. You know, we got this new outfit in the shop this week that's very childlike, the little Bo Peep outfit. I do think making the avatar come off childlike, I think the face paint really helps with that, is a good call. And it's definitely easier to do with the female. But yeah, you could really go with either one of these options. You got the centering perfect. Yeah, Toy Story building looks like it's right in the middle of the build. I love that it's lined up here with the avatar as well. I love the Star Command cat in this one. I think people are really going to appreciate that, especially with like the Star Command shirt and the Buzz outfit. And like I said, you could go with either one of these. Tigger is really fun here, and it does give good balance to Buzz with him jumping on your right and Tigger jumping on the left. but it's not necessary. The fact that you have the Star Command kitty playing right at the front of the scene, and you have, you know, a really good shot of both Buzz and Woody. Yeah, honestly, you can go with either one of these, and I think they'd rank about the same. I think Star Command kitty is going to carry if you go with this one. In this one, you'll have even more of a villager presence, and the villagers do look really good here, and we do have really good balance. It's like, you know, Vanellope is balancing Joy, Tigger's balancing Buzz, and then Woody's balancing the Star Command cat. But yeah, I would just follow your heart on this one, my friend. They're both very likely for 4K, I think. Voters do love the sparkles if you want to bring them back in. And yeah, with the new angle here, like having the kitty in the front, really fills out that foreground very nicely. I think I like this one the most just because the cat, you know, the cat, and Woody are all kind of consolidated in the middle. Whereas in this one, you know, the cat is a lot further to the right. So I actually think I like this one more. And yeah, you definitely don't have to worry about the fireworks, you know. Voters do like them, so if you have some time tonight, you want to try to shoot it again, just don't worry about it too much. You know, if you don't get the perfect shot like this, I think this would be more valuable than the fireworks. But if you can get this with the fireworks, great, you know. Also, good job sealing off the background, you know, making it to where we can't see through the snap. You know, very balanced. Everything's looking really good here. I think very, very, very likely for 4K with this. Tranquil Panda. Fixed eyebrows, change pathing. And added cardboard wings in the back. Okay. So I think this was yesterday. We're using the asphalt pathing here. And now we've swapped to the brick here. And then we have one additional pose. I would say this one is your best. The avatar is very well centered. And without those cardboard wings, we can see the scene really well. With the cardboard wings, you're kind of forced to, like, turn so they don't cover too much of the scene. But yeah, between your current photos, I would say this one is the best. Very playful, lots of good toys, kind of feels like a day out in the backyard. You know, if you wanted to have some grass, you could. You don't have to pave everything. But also, you know, at least you're using the dark brick, which looks good with the color. So you're pretty safe to keep it paved if you want to. Becca. We got yesterday snap here. Thing of reviewing the snap advice was bring my character closer without the bike and try a different pose. Resituate the fireworks spaces around the boat. First picture is the original. Thanks for all your help. Of course, of course. So option number 1. Okay, very nice. Option number 2. And option number 3. Yeah, good spacing on the fireworks. You know, I do think the extra expressfulness on the avatar here, she does feel a lot more playful. In this one, she kind of feels like a doll, but no smile, no expression on the face, and it's also forcing you to, you know, shift off meta to use the bike in the scene. You got to be a little bit further away. Whereas in the new one, we're more on meta, and we really get to see the avatar design a bit better. Very playful villagers featured here. You know, Buzz, Vanellope, Alice, Woody, Joy, Peter Pan. Everybody looks really good. Fireworks are well spaced. I would say between the 3, I do like this one has a little blue balloon here. But I think this one has the best fireworks spread because it really covers this pocket here and this pocket here. And I think that's a bit more important than the balloon. So I'd say this is probably the best bet from the 3 options. But what's more important is, which one do you like? You know, do you like the bike pose more? Or do you like the closer avatar? And what do you think voters would like more? I think this one is a pretty safe bet here. You know, ultimately, performance will come down to what you pop up against, because there's a lot of diversity this week. But this certainly has a good shot at 4K. Femme Fatale says, Hola, senpai. Hola, my friend. Welcome, welcome. First of the original, your recommendation was add more playful villagers. I do need to get better with storytelling. I'll work on that. I added some villagers you suggested and played around with more playful poses. As always, thank you. You're welcome. Yeah, very nice, very nice. So yesterday, we have Minnie with the hands together, Woody tipping the hat, Buzz is jumping, Mickey's chilling. In the new one, we have Vanellope jumping, Joy is jumping, Woody is dancing, Tigger is jumping, Wally has his arms up. We have Buzz, and then we also have Lumiere making fun of Cogsworth over here. And yeah, Fim, if you still wanted to use Mickey, he is good. Voters do love him. So, I do think this has a lot more playful energy, which is great. But if you did still want to have Mickey in the back, Mickey doing his, big wave could be really fun. Or Oswald, because Oswald, when he jumps, he, waves his arms in the air like he's flapping his wings or something. It's really cute. So he could be really fun. But yeah, you don't really have to do more here. I will say, the reason I'm thinking of Oswald or Mickey over here is because on the right side, we have some medium-sized villagers, like with Tigger, Vanellope, and Joy. They're all, medium-sized, and they're all here on the right side. And on the left side, we have 3 very tiny villagers with Buzz, Cogsworth, Lumiere. So I think maybe one additional medium-sized villager over here would help balance it out even better. Up to you whether you do that. That's a very small thing. I don't think it's going to determine whether or not you get 4K. I think this is very likely for 4K as it is. Because, you got good foreground, great lighting, really good color, good playful energy within the snap. Overall, very solid. Mags is next. We have yesterday's. First, the original advice was rotate the avatar, show more face. I also decided to change the fence. I added bubbles and was able to get some other villagers as well. My game crashed just as I saved this to my album, and I feel like it might be a little too dark. Also, was unable to get Vanellope again because she was stuck in glitch mode. And that same thing happened to me today. I wasn't able to finish my snap before I went live. So annoying. But I'll try to finish it tonight. But yeah, she was invisible the entire time, and I really wanted her in my snap. Decided to go with this for now. Let me know if I should try again if it looks too dark. As always, thank you. You're welcome, Mags. Let's take a look. Yeah, great shift on the position of the avatar here. Yesterday, we had a side profile. Today, we can see her smile a lot better. We can see her face well. Really looks like you're jumping here, which is great. I do like the new fence. Because now we can really see into these yards. We can see this party going on back here. You really amped up the playfulness. By swapping that fence out, letting us see into that yard, and you're doing a great job with the different poses. Like you have Peter Pan flying and watching you, ladies playing with the bubbles, even have the Forgotten hiding out back here. We have Joy jumping, we have Olaf jumping, and Oswald and Tigger, everyone's celebrating. It really looks like a very happy childhood memory here. Super fun, super magical, super playful. Now I do think, if you don't have time tonight, you can roll with this, and I think you got a good shot at 4K here, because you're using villagers really well. It clearly has a lot of effort. It communicates the theme very well. I think this is very likely for 4K, so if you're, kind of over it, I think you can roll. But if you have time tonight, if you want to try to make the photo brighter, number one, it looks like the weather clouded up while you were in camera mode, even if you have it set to sunny. If the weather shifts, the clouds will come back. So you have a lot of gray back here, and this is probably from the clouds. So if you toggle, even if sunny weather's already toggled on, you have to turn it off and then turn it back on for the clouds to go back away. So that would help you get some of the dark gray out of the sky. And the other thing is the vignette. If you roll back the vignette to -1, it's going to brighten these corners. And aside from that, it looks like you're at the sunset time of day. So saturation at 0.2 or 0.3. And then potentially highlight to 0.1 or 0.2. The combination of those things together would give you very good lighting and very good color if you wanted to do anything else with this. So again, that would be -1 vignette, 0.1 highlight, 0.2 saturation, and refresh sunny weather. Again, I think you can get 4K without those changes. And you might already have the vignette off because I can see Stitch really well here. It might just be the clouds that's making it feel dark back here. But yeah, the combination of the saturation and the highlight could likely get a bit more brightness in. But yeah, really good job with the villagers here. Jaleese, first one's the original. Did the best I could with the lighting. Thank you. All right, so this was yesterday's. And the main thing we talked about is we want that sun behind the camera. And boy, you did it! Let's go! Look at that shadow going straight back here. Really good job, Jaleese. And now look, we get nice gold reflections off of these wall pieces. So yesterday, the sun is off to the right. So the whole left side of your body is shadowed. The whole inside of these walls are shadowed. The base of these trees, Peter Pan. We have some light coming in that is hitting the scene, but a lot of the scene is, a lot of important things being hit by shadow, and lighting is very important. In your new scene, you've really done well to get that sun behind the camera. You have good light going into the entire scene. I love the balloons. Now, I do have one final recommendation for you, Jaleese. What I would recommend here is playing your villagers a bit closer to the camera. So I love the idea of Buzz and Woody playing hopscotch. Like, that's cute and all. But we do have a great space right next to you for a villager. Because if we look at your foreground, we have this nice flower wheelbarrow, this nice flower wheelbarrow, then we have you, and then we have a nice spot right here. So perhaps Stitch, who's way back here by the cupcake. He's pretty far away. We don't really get a good view of him. But if we had him here, arms up, cheering, happy, adds a lot of playful energy right to the front of the scene. And I would also say for like smaller villagers, like Woody and Buzz, they're going to be good really close to the frame. Whereas like, you could do Tigger, he's a medium-sized character, so you can have him playing hopscotch. And he's the king of bouncing, so he'd be great there. And then anybody else like Oswald or even Olaf has a jumping animation, but you can have them, one of them playing with Tigger. Unless you want to do Buzz and Woody playing hopscotch, that's totally fine. I would just, My big recommendation here is a lot of these playful villagers are small. So if you were to use your camera toggle to bring them in closer, they'll be a lot more impactful. Kind of like what we see here with Robert. He's using Woody, Buzz, and the Star Command kitty cat. Very small characters. The Star Command cat is a small kitty, and then Woody's the size of a toy, and Buzz is the size of the toy. But by putting these characters right at the front of the scene, Robert has made them very, very prevalent within the image. Like, they're even on the smallest screen, like you could be playing on a Switch or even Apple Arcade, you're gonna notice these villagers right away. And voters really appreciate that. You can also see in some of these other scenes, like Sunshine, very consistent with snaps, performs very well, has gotten 4K for a long time. Look at how close these villagers are. We have the whole foreground is made up of villagers except for the cake. Now, you have those flower wheelbarrows, so you can't really do the exact same thing she's doing. But you could have a couple of villagers around you. So going back to your scene here, we have a nice spot right here to your left, a nice spot right here to your right. Having some of your smaller villagers help occupy the foreground. And then, some of your medium villagers can be a bit closer in. But yeah, I would bring in some villagers a little bit. I would try to make them, the reason we have the avatar up close is because voters love that. But they also love the villagers being well featured. So they love both. They love seeing the villagers up close, and they love seeing the avatar up close. The last recommendation I have for you here is about balance. Notice how you have a, hopscotch on the left, hopscotch on the right. You have a flower wheelbarrow on the left and a flower wheelbarrow on the right. But you see how this flower wheelbarrow is barely in the scene and this one's taking up like twice as much room? And you see how this hopscotch is pretty close to the edge of the frame and this hopscotch is really far away from the edge of the frame? If you open your camera right in the middle of these two wheelbarrows, and you put your angle just right, these two hopscotch scenes will be the equal distance away from the edge of your frame, and so will these wheelbarrows. If it doesn't come out that way, then you might need to move one of the wheelbarrows away. Like, for example, if you move this wheelbarrow 1 or 2 spaces to the right, and then you move this hopscotch 1 or 2 spaces to the right, it would be more even. The dragon pose is always going to slide you left. And maybe that's why it feels, maybe that's why you have these items so far to the right. But they don't have to be. You could move them further, so far to the left. You could move these further to the right and then have a villager right next to you. That way, you and your companion, whoever you choose as the villager next to you, you guys would be in the middle of the frame and everything else would be balanced. But yeah, very, very good job with the lighting, my friend. Like I said, this is one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle when it comes to getting 4K. So always do this when you're doing an outdoor snap. Now that you have seen the difference between the sun being off to the right and the sun being behind the camera, hopefully moving forward, you're always aware of that before you place any items, before you build anything. Always be very cautious of where the sun is, because the sun is one of the most useful tools in the entire game when it comes to dream snaps and lighting. Bethany, first of the original, the advice was to change the move and move my smaller villagers closer to the front in a different pose. Want to add the puppy to the snap. I added more childlike villagers. I would love some help trying to figure out what to place in the foreground, as the regular bushes were too big. So any suggestions, we greatly appreciated. Or can I leave it open? So you could always do villagers in your foreground if you wanted to. So the bushes I was talking about are the same exact bushes as these. So, the bushes I was recommending were the ones you already have, just a different color. Same exact size. But if you're doing the seated pose, you're not going to want the bushes there. Now for your images here, yeah, these two are really good. And for the foreground, you could always do villagers as well. Like you kind of already have Buzz in the foreground. You have Lucky in the foreground here. But, like if you had like Stitch in the bottom right, and then you had Vanellope in the bottom left, that could work. It's just all about how you position them. Aside from that, if you're looking for, if you like the idea of having a bush in your foreground, you could just go with a much smaller bush. I think a really good one to fall back on, something that's very popular for beach builds and in foregrounds, would be this tangled ombre bush. This little bush is very common in foregrounds. I don't really have room for it here, but I'm just trying to show you how easy you can see over it and through it. They're not going to be even. This is just as a little example. We need to move it down a little bit more. Actually, that's good because we can actually have them even. We'll put one here, and we'll put one here. So yeah, if you wanted to, you can even go further out. You can just have like a tiny bit of leaf coming in. But yeah, you could just use villagers if you wanted to for your foreground. You don't, it doesn't have to be a furniture item. And then you can also do things like shells or, there we go. So now we have these like little green bushes on the corners, and you can see right through them. We can still see the other items we've placed. So yeah, it's always an option, those little tangled ombre bushes. But when you're looking for foreground items, search for... There's two things you can really consider. Number one, what kind of build do you have? So your build is a beach build. So look for foreground items in the Little Mermaid collections. And then, also always check landscaping, and also always consider pocket items. All of those things can be very good for making a foreground. I mean, there's a ton of different items you can use. There's even pocket items that you can cook, like the popsicles, for example, Like you guys are at the beach, right? And the amount of space these items take up will be determined by how much of the item you put in the frame. So, you know, if you're like, oh, the popsicle is too big. Well, don't put the whole cooler in the frame. You know, just put the edge of it in. So we'll take this. You know, you guys are at the beach, so we can have this kind of cornered at maybe this angle. Oops. Yeah, we can probably move it a little further. But yeah, when it comes to foreground, you know, always, you know, go based off of the type of build you have. So you're at the beach. So, you know, think about some good pocket items, like different meals that can work for the beach. Think about, you know, good landscaping items, like you know, if the bush is too big, think about smaller bushes, like the tangled ombre bush, you know. I think for a beach build, I really like the idea of the, you know, some popsicles, but this is a large item. It's going to take up a lot of space. So maybe you just want it on the very edge of the frame to where it's like, you know, like you only see one of the popsicles. So a little further than this, maybe right here. And when it comes to, you know, setting up your foreground, it's just all about, you know, just movement. You know, you put your items down, you reposition things, and then you'll know when it feels right. But yeah, now we have, you know, if we come over here, now you can see we have a little foreground element with this little popsicle, and you can always do something else on the other side. But there's all kinds of fun items. Oh, yeah, don't forget to check, whoops. Don't forget to check Lilo and Stitch as well. So not just The Little Mermaid, but check Lilo and Stitch collection, check Moana collection. You know, in the Moana collection, you'll find things like glowing corals, you know, all kinds of good foreground elements you can use. But yeah, definitely going in the right direction here. I would try to wait for Lucky to be kind of facing more towards the camera. If you put his pet house back here to the left instead of in front of you, he'll approach the ball from the other angle and likely interact with it while he's facing the camera, which could be really good here. Gryffindor Panda, I followed your advice and added to my background a bit more and added some characters in the background. First the original, second is the updated. Okay, so original, updated. Nice! Gryffindor, you are really impressing me with how much you've been improving. I gotta say, you're like one of my star students. You've come a long way, my friend. You've come a long way. You've been doing a really good job with your snaps. And you always do a great job with the advice. Well done here. Well done. I love that you've added, you know, you did a great job adding more to this background, filling out the sky. You really took that advice and ran with it. Love the addition of the Ferris wheel. The castle in the back really gives us like a magical day at the Disney park feel. And then, you know, you went out of your way to add even more really fun villagers in, and you intentionally chose a lot of villagers that are very playful. Everybody is animated. This definitely has what it takes to get 4K. Very well done, Gryffindor. I'm very proud of you. Delionica said changes. Move the avatar closer and hide Pluto, so it looks like I'm blowing out the candles. Let me know what else I can do. All right, so this was yesterday's. So yeah, we talked about, you know, we can use the Pluto pose. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Very nice. And it looks like you had another variant as well here. Okay. Now, I will say if there's any way, Delionica, where if we could get this Ferris wheel in the middle of the scene, it might be tricky because the item to push your camera is going to be probably like right behind. It's probably here on the right now. But what you could do is, you know, if the item that's pushing your camera is in the middle of this path, and you take this cake table and move it left a couple of spaces, you can be standing right here, and you can have a really balanced photo where the Ferris wheel is right in between these two block walls, and then we see an even amount of the left and right side. You see how we see a lot more of the Peter Pan side and a lot less of the Kingdom side? If these were balanced, I think it would make the snap even stronger, but already a really solid improvement from yesterday. You're playing up the meta mount a lot more. You're showcasing the avatar a lot better. And I think really good storytelling, too, that you're super excited about the birthday party. Between the two, I think this one is definitely the better of the two. So if you don't have time for any more changes, I would go with this one because everybody is celebrating. And the balance is a little bit better on this one, because in this one, we can see right off into the deep blue sky here, but we don't see that on the left. Whereas in this one, both sides are very sealed off. The ideal scenario would be to get the scene to be balanced, where the Ferris wheel is right in the middle, the blocks are on both sides of the Ferris wheel, and we're looking right down that tunnel, right through the middle of the frame. But in order to do that, you would have to have your camera pushing item right here in the middle of this path, and you would have to have the camera looking right down the middle of the path. Now, the Pluto pose is going to slide you a little bit to the right. That's okay. You'd still have this, you know, whole situation centered. But if you don't have time for those changes, just go with this, because this one is definitely the best option so far. Tara is next. After my review, I softened my avatar's eyebrows, changed the angle to do a better profile, as I don't have the robot companion yet. I brought in more villagers to add life and playfulness, eliminated the pathing and border grass in front, and added hopscotch. I'm also playing dress up with Woody and Jessie from Toy Story. I hope this is better. The second photo is the original one. So, original photo here. Yeah, main thing we wanted to do was not look down the bridge of the nose for the avatar here. And now for the new one. Yeah, very good. The pose here looks a lot better on the avatar. Yeah, that's the tricky thing with the fox pose. You really don't want to get the view down the bridge of the nose. Sadness looks really cute here. I do think Stitch may be a little bit better to use here than Sadness, because she has the big white sweater. You already have white on your pants, and Buzz has white. Olaf is white. Elsa is white. It's a lot of white. Keep in mind, you know, what we see doing very well in the 4K range. Vibrant and colorful. Limiting how much... That's why people tend to use things like the Main Street path a lot more than the very light gray brick. Because it's... You know, that's also why you see people changing their white fence for brown fence, even without me mentioning it. And that's why builds, you know, like this build, for example, not much white. Like, there's white in the Pizza Planet, there's white in this cloud, and there's a tiny bit of white in the outfit here. But if you look around the build, you know, they're using a darker gray path, and there's a lot of, you know, vibrant color within the scene. And this is very popular with voters. So in your scene, I don't know if you have Tigger, but like Tigger would make a lot more sense as opposed to Elsa here. He's really playful. And again, you can use a villager summoning item, and you can summon every villager in the game to your island at once. You just have them all trapped in a box. But I would focus on playful and colorful. But the reason I think Stitch would be better here is because it's going to minimize how much white you have. You can still use Sadness. I would just have her a little bit further back. Especially if you have Stitch in his Hawaiian outfit. That'll be nice and colorful. But Stitch could be really good here. He's also very animated, you know. When he do his happy pose, he waves his little hands and he opens his little mouth. It's super cute. And since you're looking down in this direction, you know, you could always have Buzz facing you, or even conversing with you if you do the discussion pose. You know, you can really play up some storytelling here where, you know, you have Buzz, hands out, he's speaking to you, he's looking directly at you. Or you can put Woody in his toy animation where he just lays on the ground, and you could be looking at Woody pretending to be to not be alive while everybody else is dancing around. But yeah, minimizing the white here I think would be a good direction, because, you know, if we look at yesterday's, you have a lot less white. You see how vibrant and colorful this is compared to this. But it's the white from Alice's outfit, from Sadness's outfit, from your pants, from Woody's outfit, from Elsa's outfit, and Olaf, and the white fence, and the white over here on the side. I would try to tone down these levels of white. You don't need Elsa at all. Tigger would be very colorful and way more playful. Stitch would bring more color into the foreground as opposed to Sadness here. Olaf is fine. For Alice, I think she would serve better in the background, but she's fine here if you don't have any other good youthful or playful villagers. Tigress is next. Option from yesterday. After the review, I helped my grandson tweak the one he did, since that was the one he liked the most. First is the original, second is the tweak. Thank you for all the advice. All right, let's take a look here. Okay. Good job adding some more villagers. Love the playful scene. Stitch rolling around with the dogs is very clever. Alice interacting with Peter Pan back here is really fun. Joy building a snowman. Very good job there. And Vanellope kind of dancing by. Also very good. Couple of minor final touches I would consider here. Number one, I think if you took Woody and put him right up here at the front, jumping into the front of the scene, and then took your avatar and put her right at the front. So what you need is an item to push the camera. This is the Dreamsnap meta. Again, if you go to my Facebook and you look at my weekly post on Wednesday, where I ask everybody to share their snaps, hundreds of 4K results on those posts, and 80% of them have the camera close to the avatar. So you're doing the raccoon pose. You're in portrait mode, but you're about the normal distance away, which is, it makes you a bit smaller in the scene. So this is how portrait mode looks normally. Now, if you use an item like the Vizier's Alchemy Table or Oswald's car, you get this Alchemy Table from getting Jafar up to level 7 or 10. Oswald's car you get from leveling up Oswald. But essentially, this item, the camera can't clip through it, so it pushes the camera up. Even in furniture mode, you know, or even in regular mode here without the camera open, it's still going to push it forward. So if you go into your camera, you know, this is how we look in portrait mode normally. This is how we look when we push the camera closer. So you're doing the little raccoon pose. If you place an item like this, and again, the main reason I recommend doing this is because it's very popular with the voters. It goes over very, very well. Like I said, it's something you can check for yourself. You can look in Dreamer's Portal, or you can look in Discord servers. You can look on my Facebook page, and you'll see that most 4K Dream Snaps are doing this every week. No matter what the theme is, it is one of the most common metas within Dreamsnap right now. And meta would just mean most effective tactic available. So, you know, you could have yourself right at the front of the scene with your little companion here, and then you can have Woody jumping up right beside you. That's going to fill out the base of your shot. So if we look here, you're not going to cover anything too important. You're going to cover the top end of this house. And a good rule of thumb when getting close to the camera is you just want a little bit of space between your hair and the top of the frame. Keep in mind that you will be blurry when you get the camera this close. So you have to adjust your focus to 2%. That'll fix the blur. Now, my other recommendation here is, since we are making the avatar look childlike, I would really, really tone down the eyeshadow and makeup, and I wouldn't go red lip. Red lip is a bit more mature. I think like a nice soft pink lip or even no lip would be fine. And I wouldn't doll them up too much with a super heavy eyeshadow. If we look at what a lot of players are doing this week, if we look at how... Now, usually I always recommend makeup because, you know, it's just a great way to customize. But since we're trying to make our avatars look more childlike, that's why you see most players are actually only going with very light makeup, like light pinks for the lip, light pinks for the eyes. You know, it's very, very tame compared to what we normally see. You know, we see the same thing here. Very light pink here, light pink on the lip. They're trying to make sure the avatar doesn't look as mature as normal. So, you know, they're not, it's more kid-friendly colors, like the pink palettes. And they're not playing up like the bold red lips or the heavy eyeshadow. You know, that's why you see this so much this week. And if so many people are doing this, then that, you know, all of these people are voters. You know, these are your voters as well. So if they're all looking at it from that perspective, it's a good idea to consider it because it kind of gives you a little bit of a window into how people feel about makeup this week if they're going in the, you know, cosplaying a youthful avatar direction. So yeah, great job with the villagers here. If you don't want to do anything else with this and want to roll with it, it has a shot at 4K for sure. But if you want to make it even more competitive, you know, always be conscious of the Dreamsnaps meta. Pushing that camera up is very helpful. You don't even have to get as close as I did, but, you know, featuring this little raccoon and featuring your avatar well. Like for my avatar this week, by the way, I'm not even wearing earrings. I have no earrings. I increased the opacity on my eyeshadow, so it's, you know, it's there, but it's like not as strong. And I went with a pink lip also with increased opacity, so you know, it's not as bold. But yeah, I would keep everything else the same way you have it now, like Tigger, Peter Pan, Alice, the dogs, and Stitch. But if you got nice and close to the camera here, you can have the bottom of your shot is there's a lot of opportunity here. You could fill out the bottom of the shot. Woody can fill out the bottom of the shot. And Vanellope's already filling out this right-hand side of the bottom of the shot. Yeah, very good job with the lighting here. And very good job with the villagers. Junia is next. Advice was to pave, change the brick. I got the camera closer, but still looks small. Was able to get most of my villagers back. First is old, second is new. That's because you're not doing the camera trick I tried to show you yesterday, Junia. So, if you want to get the camera closer with a seated pose, let me show you how to do it, okay? So, what you're doing right now is you're pushing the camera forward, but you're just sitting on the ground. Oh, great, I don't have my robot on. So this is what we're going to focus on for yours, because you really need to know this trick. It's very popular within Dreamsnaps. So what you're doing right now is you're just hitting the robot pose and sitting down at the bottom of the frame just like that. So yeah, you're small. Here's what I was recommending. For the seated pose, I don't know how... Maybe you only watched your review, because we went over this so many times yesterday. I also covered this in my guide for the Forested Book Nook Challenge. We talked about it probably 100 times during those reviews. And I've also discussed this many, many times on different Dreamsnap Tips sessions. So the fact that you don't know this, you really want to make sure you master this, because it's so helpful for a lot of different reasons, for a lot of different types of themes. And a lot of people know this. So if you don't know it, you're kind of at a disadvantage. All right, so what you're going to do, Junia, is we're going to push the camera forward, but we're going to put it on the ground like this. Now I can be close, you know, while seated. So we're not doing this like you're doing. We're not sitting down at the base of the shot. We're putting the camera on the ground and then switching to portrait mode. This way, you can be close to the avatar while in a seated pose. So let me show you how to do this. Like normal, you know, you're going to have an item that pushes the camera, right? But first, you're going to go into selfie mode. Now, while you're in selfie mode, if you look at the left side of your screen, you're going to see an option to stand and crouch. So if we crouch on PlayStation, it's going to be left trigger and triangle. On Xbox controller, it's going to be left trigger and Y. So if I hold left trigger and I press Y, I will crouch and stand up. Now, the trick here is you want to crouch, and then you stand up, and you immediately, like right when you press the button to stand up, you immediately switch to portrait mode. So stand up, switch. I wasn't holding left trigger. Okay, stand up and switch. So now the camera is low. And now I can sit down on the ground here. Just to show you that again, we're going to crouch. We're going to uncrouch and go to portrait mode. And now the camera is nice and low on the ground. And now you can actually, you know, feature the avatar a lot better in your scene. They don't have to be in a little spot at the base of the shot. That's what we were talking about. And you can really get right up on it, you know. And maybe you missed the week that we did Forested Book Nook. But I would say about 60% of the snaps in 4K were seated snaps with this exact trick. Which is crazy, because I've never seen that many snaps in 4K using the same trick. But this was my Forested Book Nook submission, where I'm reaching for a book, I'm using the robot pose, and I'm putting the camera on the ground and pushing it forward. Now, it's all about timing to do this, Junie. It's all about timing, so you'll need to play with a little bit. If Dreamlight Valley is like the only game you play and you're not too savvy with a controller, it might take you a few minutes to figure out. But if you're a gamer and you play a lot of games and you know your way around the sticks, you're going to be fine. It's just timing. You just, as soon as you stand back up, you need to switch to portrait mode. So stand in, well, I have to hold left trigger. So stand, okay, that time I was holding left trigger. Stand and switch. Stand and switch. My robot's right in the front. If you do it too slow, your camera's still going to be a bit higher up. So if I were to stand back up and then switch, it's right where it normally is. But if you stand up and immediately switch, it's going to be on the ground. Like I said, once you get it down, you know, it's just timing. You just have to immediately switch. As soon as you go to stand back up, you need to immediately switch back into portrait mode, and your camera will be all the way down here on the ground. Then you can push the camera right up on the avatar as they're seated. So yeah, if you did that, you'd feature the avatar very well here. You can feature the whole scene well. Though your camera will be lower, and you might need to reposition some villagers here. Or you can go with what you got. It's a pretty good snap. You got a lot of energy here. Though I will say, most of the scenes that I've seen from the, 4K crowd, where they're low, they're all putting the camera low. Like the people that very consistently get 4K, they're all using the trick. So you are going to appear very small compared to these characters, compared to these other players. Catterday. First one, the originally just turning the avatar to face the camera a little bit and adding a rug to break up the grass. Was sad that I forgot about Olaf when I was summoning villagers, but ran out of time to add him. Thank you for your feedback. I mean, you got enough villagers here. You don't necessarily need Olaf. But yeah, facing the camera up, very good here. I would probably change your time of day slightly. I'm not saying to go to sunset, but I would move the sun around if you could, because you got a lot of shade and shadow back here. Though, you did get all your villagers in place, so it looks pretty good if you want to be done with it. I think this will likely get 4K, but lighting could be better. You know, we have a lot of shadow back here. Like, we don't have any color on these balloons, really, because it's all in the shade. The house back here. And even the back of these trees. And back here. And the big reason why is because, you know, we can see your shadow. You see how short the shadows are? That means the sun is very high up in the sky, so it's beaming down into the scene. If you go, you know, roll the time back or forward, you can probably get the sun a little lower in the horizon and behind the camera, and that's going to cast light into the entire scene. Again, if you don't have time to worry about that, don't worry about it. You know, much stronger snap than yesterday. You got all the villagers in. Just always be very mindful of sun positioning. Again, not saying you have to go to sunset, but having the sun a little bit lower in the horizon would allow you to cast light into these dark sections and make the colors pop a lot more, which is very consistent in the 4K range. Bella, your main device was going inside. I completely remake my shot. I have one with the goose pose, one with a robot. Okay. So we have this one here. And this one here. I would say the robot is definitely better here, because with the cardboard head and with the avatar close, you know, we can't really see much of the room or much of the build, whereas here we can see the room really well. We can see the blanket fort really well. We can see the little house here, and we can see all the villagers you've added. So this is definitely the strongest of the three. Though I would have definitely included like a rug down here. We talked about that a lot yesterday. This is why I always tell people, you know, don't just watch your review, you know, be mindful of what we're discussing in others, especially if you're going to make a brand new snap, because, you know, these are things we've already discussed. Like with Marie's, same floor as you, but she put this inside-out rug at the base to break up the colors and add some vivid colors to the base of the shot. So, you know, you have the same floor throughout the entire scene here. No rugs at all. When you go indoors, rugs are one of your best friends. They can really help to add texture to your floor and to your spaces, especially for like a kid's room like this. And if you look through, you know, my indoor snaps, every single... I've never gotten less than 4K on an indoor submission. And every single one is using a lot of rugs. Like here for this cozy winter cottage build, you know, we have this big red rug in the center. We have this Ultimate Edition red rug under the table. We have another rug under this chair. We have this Christmas holiday rug by the fireplace. We have, you can't even see it, but there's a red holiday rug under the tree. So we're using rugs all over the place to add texture and really, you know, detail the build without having to add a bunch of extra items. So, you know, in this case, a little rug down here at the base of the shot would have been really nice. But now, in order to do that, you'd probably have to summon all the villagers again. And that's going to be time consuming. So if you don't want to worry about that this week, I wouldn't worry about it. But just keep that in mind when you're making indoor builds. Rugs are really good to consider. First of the OG here. Okay. Amanda, your suggestions were to add the Forgotten in the background. I also have a horrible habit of tweaking my Dreamsnap way too much, so it's a bit different from the OG. I was struggling to find a good foreground items that weren't too tall or invasive since my avatar is on the ground. Flower petals fell too flat, but maybe I'm overthinking it. Okay, let's take a look. I mean, I do like the colors of the new roses. They're fine. They're fine. I don't think you really had to add them in. The flower petals are all right, but, you know, the colors down here, they do, it does fill out the corners well. Forgotten looks great in the background. Everything that we had from yesterday that was strong, like the lighting, the positioning, everything looks really good. Well done, well done. Dreamy Luna. Made some alterations to the original one. Trying to go for Ariel, beauty scene. So this was yesterday. Added some, hopefully, better villagers. Trying to change their reactions. I'm not that used to the toggle, so trying to get used to it. And hopefully it's less confusing. I was trying to capture my childhood love of video games. Little Mermaid in the original, but I removed the game since it was confusing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to explain things like that to voters. So, you know, if you want to make a scene about your love of games, maybe build an indoor arcade. And if it's like a specific game, you know, like you were saying, you're trying to capture your love of video games and The Little Mermaid, there's ways you can do that where you can make it a little bit more obvious. But if everything else in the scene is beach stuff, like Eric's house, Stitch's house, and then you making a sandcastle, and then we just have 2 arcade machines or 3 arcade machines to the left, it's going to be hard for that to translate. Now, for the new scene, you definitely did good getting your villagers active, but the angle here is... So, Dreamy Luna, I want you to be aware of what I mean when I talk about the Dreamsnaps meta. Here on my Facebook, you're going to see hundreds of 4K submissions. And most of them, about 80% of them, are doing the same thing. They have different types of builds, but they're all framing their shot the same way. They're all setting up their shot in portrait mode. They're all looking to the horizon so you can see the background. And they're all featuring the avatar right at the front of their scene. They're all doing this. And the reason it's not a coincidence that these are all in 4K. These are all in 4K because this is what voters like. That's what I'm always trying to help you understand and help everybody learn, is that voters have a preference. They have a very clear and very viewable preference. You can look at 4K snaps and you can see what voters like. So, this angle, we don't really see this in 4K. Maybe 1 or 2 of the snaps that squeak in there sometimes have an angle like this, but it's very inconsistent and it's very hard to get 4K with an angle like this. Now, you did a great job with your villagers, but this upward view, it's not going to show your... No, Horty. No. It's not going to show your backdrop. It's not going to show, you know, the Ferris wheel that you put here. So, really good job with the villagers, you know. You got Tigger dancing. I'm sure you've learned it's actually pretty easy to use the toggle. Like, the villager toggle is very simple. You know, you select a villager, you choose where to put them, and then once you choose where to put them, you can cycle through their different poses, and then you can pause them. You know, that's it. And then you just repeat that, you know, with different villagers. So, there's not much to learn here. You know, placement, choose. You know, it just says choose. And then there's attitude. This is all their different animations. And then there's a pause button. That's about it. Aside from making them visible or invisible. So, hopefully you'll get you know, it looks like you got a good handle on it. But, like I said, you know, it's very straightforward. Now, what you need to try to understand with Dreamsnaps is voters don't really go for shots like this. And they don't really go for shots like this. They prefer... Most of what you see in 4K is just portrait mode. The second camera mode. So, this right here, this is what you see occupying about 90% of the 4K snaps. Now, 80 or so of that 90% are going to be doing a technique of pushing the camera closer to the avatar. Because voters love this. And this is also why, you know, when I was reviewing that last snap, I was like, you don't want to just pay attention to what I say about your review. You kind of want to be gathering information throughout these streams. You want to be thinking about what I'm pointing out to other people. Because we talk about the Dreamsnaps meta nonstop. I've told so many people how to push the camera closer. And I constantly showcase portrait mode in all of my examples. And I'm not, you know, we're not going up in the sky like this. Because it's not popular. It doesn't show much of the scene. So, great job with the villagers. getting them positioned. But let's not bring the camera up because voters don't go for that as much. Having the camera in portrait mode, angled down, and pushing the camera closer to the avatar. There's different items you can use to push the camera up. Like we're using the Vizier Akame table. But if you don't have that, if you go to landscaping and you just grab any large rock, like this large mossy rock, this will also push your camera forward. All you got to do is stand in front of it and then open your camera, and now the camera's pushed closer to the avatar. Now you can have a scene with you and Ariel interacting with each other right at the front of the scene, and then you can have your Ferris wheel in the background. You can have Ariel's castle in the water, and then you can have Tigger dancing to the side. You can have Timon. You can have Vanellope. You can have all those villagers you had. But, yesterday you were using portrait mode, which was one of the positive things about your scene. And then today, and you also had good lighting yesterday. You had the sun behind the camera. You have good lighting coming into the scene. Today, we have a very dark scene. And if you take a shot at night, that's a lot more technical. You can change time of day with your camera and in your settings. You should not be doing a night shot unless you're really, really consistent with 4K. Because, or if the challenge tells you to do a night shot. And that's because night shots are a lot more technical. If you want to do a good night shot, there's a lot of things you need to adjust. Most importantly would be character lighting. You want your character to be visible. And then on top of that, you're going to want to adjust things like saturation. You're going to want to adjust things like highlight. I usually do... Let's turn that down because we did highlight as well. So this is how you can make a night shot very colorful and very vibrant. But like I said, it's a lot more technical. You have to increase highlight. You have to increase character lighting. You have to increase saturation. You have to fix focus. You have to set your light bloom. Unless you are very consistent with 4K, I would avoid nighttime unless the challenge tells you to do nighttime, especially if you're not very used to the camera or really understanding these sliders yet. So let's take the strengths that you had yesterday. Let's take what you were doing right, like portrait mode and the good lighting, and let's add the right villagers to this scene and refine the scene. You could just do a happy day at the beach. The fact that you had items here that felt out of place didn't mean you needed to make an entirely new snap. All you had to do was make sure everything in the scene made sense. Like if you're going to do a beach day, I get the idea of like, oh, I want to show my love of games and of Ariel. But the theme is to make a playful snap tied to childhood memories. So if we're going to do the beach, it's kind of weird to see like arcade machines sitting in the sand. They just feel really out of place here. Now, if you built an arcade area back here with like the arcade rug and you had like a little opening to the area, like, hey, this is a boardwalk arcade, like you could do that. So you could make that work if you're thoughtful enough about how you present it. But again, in order to get 4K, you have to beat 96% of players. So you want to put a lot of thought into how you're going to communicate your vision. You don't just want to drop items and say, yeah, that's there because of games. No. You could showcase your love of games and Ariel and the beach if you work it out in your head first. Like, okay, where do you see games at the beach? Sometimes at boardwalk arcades. Let's make a little boardwalk back here. Make a little arcade zone. And then at the front, we'll have beach towels and umbrellas. There's so many good beach items you can have here. And then you can have a lot of villagers that are playful. And instead of just, like you did here, this is really good. You actually pause the villagers doing animations. Whereas yesterday, you just placed them and snapped your photo, and that was it. So this is what we want to see with the effort. But this is what we want to see with the lighting and with the angles. My advice for you, Dreamy Luna, is I would spend a lot more time really getting to know your camera. Really getting to know that villager toggle. really getting to know your sliders, like saturation, really getting to know lighting. And then before you build your snap, give it a good bit of thought and think about how you can communicate your scene with an environment that feels natural, like a movie scene that feels like something you would see in a Pixar movie or something, you know? GG, we have this one, and then no suggestions, but torn between the two picks after finally getting a close-up of the pet sitting down. Well, this one is really cute. Really good villagers here as well. I love the rainbows on the side. They're really good, but the beauty factor is better in the avatar here. With the angle we have with you jumping, it's kind of like a going down the bridge of the nose. I do think the beauty factor looks good here. And I also like the purple sweater as opposed to the pale sweater because the houses in the back are kind of pale as well. So overall, I think this one has better color. They're both good options, but I think this one's better. Either one, very likely for 4K. M's is next. This was yesterday's. Very fun jumping into the river here. And we just talked about how we can, close the river off here. We can bring more companions in, more friends. And looks like you did that very well. Nice. We have Nala, we have Tigger, we have Mickey, we have Peter Pan. And you jumping into the river here. Love the splash. Vanellope. Very good, very good. Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. Great job. Holly. So we have yesterday's. Then we have today's. Thinking of advice, I was really stuck on my snap, and I knew it wasn't quite enough. I was drawing a blank with what to do with it. I've done as you suggested, which is to add villagers and make it, and it made it so much better. Is there anything else you can suggest? It probably won't get 4K and it'll break my 17-week streak, but it's too personal to worry about, I guess. Well, I think one of the things you can do is fill in the space a little bit more. Like, there's some good beach items, right, that you could put on the sand here, because we're still going to see the beach in between you guys. We're still going to see out into the ocean here. But maybe instead of the lighthouse out here in the water, we can put that lighthouse kind of in between you guys. And then over here on the left, to really help fill out this space more, I don't know if you have it, but there's some really good items you could be using. There's this... I can't remember what filter it's under. It was a premium. I wish we had a premium filter. Maybe it'll be under Lilo and Stitch. But it's this like little tiki bar kind of deal. Maybe if I type tiki. Oh, I still have Lilo and Stitch on there. Nope. It's probably on outdoors. I wonder if it would be under attractions. No, Trader Sam's shop is, but not the Tiki Bar, unfortunately. Also, these little sand items could be good as well. The sandcastle and stuff. Not what I'm looking for, though. There's the lighthouse. Maybe you guys remember the name of it. Let me check chat. Do you guys remember the name of that item? It's like a tiki bar kind of deal. refreshment something. Let's try refresh. There it is. The refreshment island stand. Yeah, if you have this, this could be a great backdrop. Works really good for a beach scene. But it would help fill in your background a little bit. So maybe if we took the lighthouse and put that back here in the ocean, and then we had the refreshment tiki hut here, it's going to balance out well because on the right side you have this big seaside villa that's going all the way up to the skyline. And if you wanted to, you could put a rainbow behind the refreshment tiki hut as well. So you can have the tiki hut here, you can have another rainbow behind it, and you can still have the Mickey cloud in the middle. But that's going to help, I think, balance out the scene quite nicely. Now, when it comes to adding villagers, you have some playful moments here. But what I would brainstorm on, if I were you, would be how to make the scene more playful. I would consider playful villagers. And like, you know, if you have Stitch with his Hawaiian outfit, you can have him rolling around in the sand with Vanellope laughing at him or something. You know, there's all kinds of things you can do when it comes to villagers. But as we've seen this week, a lot of snaps are very playful. Snaps like this are going to be really hard to beat if the snap doesn't feel playful. Like if you get matched up against this in a 1v1, and, you know, your snap is playful, but it's not this playful. Like, this feels playful, and it feels like childhood. Now, if you don't get matched up against snaps like this, you'll likely be fine. But, again, I don't recommend relying on luck. I try to build my snaps in a way to be competitive. And you can do that. You can do that here. You've done that many, many times. You don't have to lose your streak just because you want to do the Ariel thing. This is playful. We can add playful to the scene still. You know, there's so many good things you can do in the backdrop here. You have so much room. Like, most of this space is just pocket items. You know, we could add villagers in here. We can have all these fun moments going on. We can balance out the left side with the right side. We have this pathway here. Like, do we need the dragon? Not really. Like, the dragon, it's cool, but it doesn't really have much to do with the beach or with the scene. You can always just forego the dragon and have more playful activities here on the walkway. You can really make it a whole beach party where you and Ariel are the hosts and everybody's playing around and having a great time. There's a lot you can do here where you can make this work. Again, you might be fine. Just depends on what you pop up against, but there's a lot of really good playful scenes. All right, next up, we got a great selfie here from Lil Jim. And the main thing was to add more villagers here. Now, you did, but also you gotta chill with the character lighting. This looks so much better. I think maybe you turned up character lighting because Vanellope's in the shade, but it turns it up for everybody. And the first photo is a lot better than the second because of that. You'll see in the 4K range, if you look at 2500 and 1500, you'll see a lot of good snaps that had way too much character lighting. And they lost a lot of votes because of it. So I would be very mindful of that. Yes, Vanellope's in the shade, but character lighting is going to turn up everyone's lighting, including yours, and you're right at the front with a selfie. So, you know, if Vanellope's going to be a little bit darker, that's fine. You know, at least she's there. But let's, you know, this looked really good. Lighting-wise, color-wise, this is perfect. You don't really need to adjust anything else. Even if Vanellope's laying in the shadows, that's fine. Everybody else is going to look really good. So, if you don't have time to fix this one, I would stick with the original because it's a lot better than the new lighting. Lighting, again, is one of the most important things with Dreamsnaps. And it's usually not worth the trade. You know, people spend so much time getting cool shots of their pets and getting cool shots of villagers. And sometimes, you know, they focus so much on those things that it throws off other elements of the photo. Having more villagers in this park is great, but we don't want to fix anything that's not in need of fixing. And your lighting was perfect yesterday, but this is really, really bright. So I would go back to this And then, you know, if you can add the villagers in here, even better. But I would not touch the character lighting. Yesterday's lighting was perfect. Lisa, thanks for the advice. You told me to bring the avatar closer, change the ceiling texture, add chandeliers. I was able to get the crouching pose figured out. I think it looks a lot better. I'm not sure how I managed to get Ursula in the picture, but I was not able to toggle her off, so I'll have to try again to get the villagers the way I want them. All right, so this was yesterday's. Yeah, we talked about lighting, ceiling texture, and getting the camera closer to the avatar. Very good. Look at that beautiful lighting here. Great lighting at the front. Absolute night and day difference here. Featuring the avatar very well. Great lighting on the avatar. Yeah, Ursula. I would definitely retake without Ursula there. You should be able to toggle her off, but if the camera is like glitching or something, then you might need to restart to get it to work. But yeah, I would definitely reshoot without Ursula there clipping into the ground. But yeah, way better photo. Even if you submitted this, it would have a much better shot at 4K than the original, even with Ursula. But I would definitely reshoot to replace Ursula with somebody that can be on the ground. But very good job with the lighting and with getting the camera trick. Well done. Dreamer. Told me to move islands and detail to the foreground using Peter Pan and have Tramp and Lucky. So is this a new one? I think so. Yeah, you have the camera a little bit closer. Good shot of Peter. Got the puppies in the background. So, yeah, getting the camera a bit closer here is good, Dreamer. Main thing I would be aware of if I were you, though, is making it more playful. You know, just because it's a Peter Pan build doesn't mean you can't have other villagers. Keep in mind, this is what you're up against. You're up against a lot of really good snaps with a lot of really playful villagers. And I know you're doing a Peter Pan build, but that doesn't mean you can't have Tigger jumping around. It doesn't mean you can't have Stitch rolling around in the flowers. It doesn't mean you can't have Oswald flailing his arms back here. Doesn't, you know, there's so much you could add here villager-wise. You've already got a really pretty scene, but it's not very playful still. And that was the main thing we've discussed, right? So, you know, very pretty. Good chance at 4K just for being pretty. But if you pop up against snaps like this, I don't think you'll be able to beat them as it stands right now, or even match them. I think you'd have a strong chance of losing against any snap like this, and there's a lot like it. Now, you could have a strong chance of doing well against snaps like that if you make this more playful. That's the challenge this week. It's to make a playful scene inspired by our childhood memories. Jennifer is next. You suggested I moved center of the island, fill the forest, use the green street lights, add more villagers. Thank you for the tips with the street lights. I love it. I have 2 updated versions now. Slight difference between the background and the tree variation, the Tigger pose. Interested to hear your thoughts. First pick is the original. All right. Very nice. Yeah, love the silhouette in the back. Great job. Great job. Oh, I like this one. We can see the green silhouette a little bit better. But yeah, really good job with your villagers here. And you actually pulled off the wave without the weird smile, so that's good. Yeah, sometimes she does the thing, which is just scary looking. But yeah, great job with the silhouette in the background. If you want more lighting tips like that, if you check my 5 Dreamsnap lighting tips video in the Dreamsnap tools section, I go over not only making the street light silhouettes behind forest, but also using them behind statues, behind your avatar. There's all kinds of ways you can use silhouettes in Dreamsnaps, and there's a lot of snaps in 4K that take advantage of that. So if you ever get a chance, Jennifer, I would check out that video. It's not too long, and it covers some really fun lighting techniques. But yeah, great job, great job. I would say I like the one without the willow, or with the willow a bit further back here where we have the pine trees at the front. Great job texturing the trees as well. You have, you know, different types of pines and firs in here, and the willows in the back. It looks really good. But yeah, I would say the second one, this one here, with the one without the willow right at the front. This one here with the willow a bit further back. This looks really good. I think very safe for 4K. Ultimately, it comes down to what you pop up against, but very solid, very solid. Katie, thank you. Somebody want to say, I think I've learned everything in this game. When I think I've learned everything in this game, boom, I learned something new from you. Nice. Well, I do have going on 7,000 hours, so I've learned quite a bit, especially when it comes to Dreamsnaps. You never know. I mean, even I still learn new things from time to time from the community. Poppy said, thanks for the suggestions, which were to add more villagers, some fireworks. Also tried hopscotch pose. Happy with the results, but always open to feedback. Okay. So, yesterday's here. And then today's more villagers. Now, with hopscotch, I do think it's a good idea to use something other than a dress. Because it's a lot of thigh for, like, a kid's outfit. So, you know, most people that are doing the hopscotch idea are wearing, like, pants or shorts. You don't absolutely have to. I just think it's a good idea to, like, you know, not have a lot of thigh with the kids cosplay. And then with the villagers, very good job. Everybody looks really good here. Love the monkey with the Pixar ball. Very fun. Some, like, fireworks in the background. I would also, if you do rework this at all, I would consider lightly boosting saturation a tiny bit here. And then I would swap from a red lip to pink. Red is very mature. Pink will be more childlike. And then the last thing, if you want your avatar to look a bit more expressive for hopscotch, I can show you a little technique for that. Just throw on some wings, doesn't matter what they are. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this smiling pose, or the smiling face here. And with that smiling face active, we're using this one right here, right below the cancel. And then we do the glide pose. And now we have her, you know, with a really big smile on her face as she plays hopscotch. That way she can look a little bit more excited and happy. You don't have to use that exact smile. I think this one can work too. Yeah, that one works as well. If you switch the smile while you're flying, though, she'll unpause, so just keep that in mind. But that way, you can get her looking a bit more joyful and expressive. But yeah, very good job with the villagers. Even if you don't make any changes here, I think it's likely for 4K. Very well constructed snap. Lots of time and effort went into it. So even if you don't have time for changes, likely a good candidate for 4K here. Babbitt is next. First image is the one you advise. Look more balanced. Need a better light. Second, I try to brighten the image. And third, new snap concept. Whilst camping, as I like the colors. Add more villagers. Okay. So, original, new with the added lighting. I love all the light around the blanket fort. That looks really good. And then, a very similar build, but with a camping scene. So, we kind of kept the angle the same. I do like Peter Pan floating over the board game here. That's really fun. Tigger looks really good. And I like the green silhouette in the back. I do think the colors are probably best on your camping snap. But for an indoor snap, this one is really good. Especially all the light glowing from the blanket fort. But to be honest, you could choose either one of these. I think these are both very safe bets for 4K. This one is one of the better indoor builds I've seen, though. But yeah, this is super fun for a camping snap as well. Both good options. Well done, Babbitt. Sabelina. Your advice was to put things in the corners, have Tigger in the snap as well. Okay. Yeah, nice, nice. So we got a little bench here. We got the fire hydrant. Yeah, this rounds out the corners very well. We got Tigger jumping right behind you. Perfect, perfect. Great silhouette on the avatar. Yeah, very solid, very solid. I think a very safe submission for this week. Lena, very safe. Good job. Left shark. We got the original here. So we got Buzz and Woody and the Avatar looking out at this really fun Toy Story park area. Main thing we talked about was just bringing in more villagers to make it even more playful, and boom. So nothing else really needed to change, so nothing else did change. Lighting and saturation is still really good, and everybody's having a great time. It's very playful. Stitch is like doing his little dance. Olaf's jumping, Tigger's jumping. Vanellope's over here thinking, probably frustrated she dropped her lollipop. We got Alice back here, Peter Pan. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Solid job, Live Shark, solid job. Crafty Joe. So this was yesterday's. Main thing we talked about here was that it's risky because most people are going in a very playful, less serious scene. Like, I get the idea, childhood imagination. It's very adventurous, very fun. But with a majority of snaps being these super playful, you know, moments with friends and like all these villagers, not having any playful villager in the scene could be risky, and it's more serious than a lot of the snaps. So now we have a new one. So my main recommendation for you here, Crafty Joe, would be to be mindful of the meta. So just because you're sitting down doesn't mean you need to be super far away from the camera. Look at this snap. You know, this player's sitting down, and they have the camera nice and close. There's two ways you can do that. This player here, yesterday, this was their snap. Today, this is their snap. So much more competitive, right? They got the avatar nice and close. Here's another one. So just because you're sitting down doesn't mean you gotta be tiny in your shot. Voters love to see the avatar well. So there's a couple of ways you can do this. Number one would be the old classic. You go into free mode and you zoom in. But the problem with that is that your camera is always going to look at a downward angle. So, you know, if we went into free mode and we sat down, we could zoom in this way. And if you build your scene well, this can still work. But the more common approach in the 4K range is to use this camera trick where you use an item to push the camera forward, like this, right? But what we're going to do first is we're going to go into selfie mode, we're going to squat, we're going to stand back up, and then we're going to immediately switch into portrait mode as we stand. So as soon as we stand, we swap back to portrait mode. Now my camera's on the ground. So now if I sit down, I'm right at the front of the camera, just like the voters love to see. So keep that in mind. That's what you're seeing most of the people in the 4K range do. Now, in addition to that, you're placing villagers with your toggle, but you're not really doing much with them. You have Moana laughing, but Vanellope's just standing there, Stitch is just standing there, Ariel's just standing there, Snow White's just standing there, Olaf is just standing there. You have all the control now with your villagers. Look at this snap. Tigger is jumping up for joy. Stitch is rolling around on the ground laughing. Vanellope is celebrating. Buzz is jumping up in the air right alongside Peter Pan. Woody is tipping his hat. Mike is over here doing stand-up comedy. Why not give your villagers a bit of life? Like, you know, they don't have to just stand there anymore. We don't have to do that anymore. We have more power and control now than we've ever had in the past. And if you want to get 4K, if you want to be consistent, this is the new meta. This is what people are doing now. Because Gameloft has given us the tools to do this. If you want to remain competitive, if you want to remain in 4K or break into 4K, you gotta use the tools they're giving us. So, notice how all the villagers in this shot, everything is intentional. They played different animations and they paused everybody at a good time so that everybody was doing a really fun interaction. And also notice how all of these villagers are nice and close to the camera, just like the avatar. So in yours, you're very tiny, you're far away from the camera, and all your villagers are far away from the camera, and none of them are really doing anything to interact with the environment or laugh or have fun. You have playful villagers, but you have yet to make your scene playful. So, my advice would be to consider that. Messy Mothercrafter, the first two are new, last one is old. Okay. So this was the original. You suggested to make it look like I'm playing a sidewalk and not the road and make the yards bigger. I also added more characters. Okay. Very nice. And then we have this one as well. Yeah, I like the additional characters. And you were a little closer to the camera in your original. So I would try to get a little closer just as you were in the original. But yeah, characters look really good. The yards look good. Everything else very solid here. I like the bench, actually. I think I would go with the bench here in the foreground just to fill out both corners well. But I would try to get nice and close. You're not too much further away. But I do like the position you had yesterday. Overall, very solid, very solid. Ashy Poo. First of the original. Advice was to add kid-like villagers. The second picture is closer to the avatar. Last two, it's rather away, but I added fireworks. Some more candles to fill the sky. Okay. Very nice, very nice, very good. And then we have a night shot. And then a day shot. Honestly, all pretty good options. It's all very playful. I love Vanellope, like, eyeing the candy here. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's really fun. Yeah, that's a really good touch. And I do like that you filled out the sky a bit here. And keep in mind, you know, if you wanted to do the scene like this, you could just take your candles and bring them up more. You don't necessarily need the fireworks. You could just have floating candles occupying this portion of the sky as well. But all three of these are good. The night shot is good. This day one is... With the sunset and the character lighting, it's a little bright. I would say the night one and this one are probably the two best looking options here. But, I mean, this one's still really good, too. It's just a little on the bright side. This one, we don't have the enhanced character lighting. So, with the sunset lighting, it's just really well balanced, and all the villagers look really good. And it looks like the sun is setting for Halloween, so it definitely has the vibes. This one is like that nighttime feel, but it's not going to be as colorful. And there's going to be a lot of colorful snaps this week, so I think this one may be your best bet. But, you know, if we could have candles a bit closer up so they filled out the sky here, that could be nice. You don't really need the fireworks, but they could be fun as well. But honestly, you can go with whichever one of these you're feeling the most. They're all good options. Birdie. So this is yesterday's. Birdie said, I hope I'm making changes in the right direction. I did take a few creative liberties with your valuable feedback. I hope that's all right. Yeah, for sure. You know, when you're making changes, you might find other things you want to do. It's your snap at the end of the day. As long as, you know, for the re-reviews, all I ask is that, you know, you do your best to apply the recommendations. Even if you're not going to use them, you can do a separate photo where you apply the changes you maybe don't want. That way we can talk about them and, you know, we can treat it as a learning opportunity. Thank you for the direction, and any further feedback is greatly appreciated. Less sand, more tree variation, closer to the camera and lighting, focal point, suggested store, but I'm hoping maintain backyard vibes. More villagers in the front. Okay, so we have yesterday's, and then we have today's. Yeah, I like the shrink sandbox here. And yeah, for the focal point, it could be anything you want. You know, you just want a good centerpiece as your backdrop. You don't always have to have that. You know, your center, you know, like the centerpiece for this one would be the Haunted Mansion. But a lot of good snaps will have, you know, either an opening between two items or an item right in the center. Like in this one, it's the pillow fort for this indoor build. And this one is the toy shop. This one, it's more of the camper, but it's more tilted because it's, you know, it's a camping scene. And this one, it's the tree house. But yeah, a nice focal point to kind of build the scene out from is good to have. So the house is good, because I wasn't getting too much backyard vibes here yesterday because we had, like, the really big, you know, sand pit and, like, a really dense forest. But now that we have a house here, you know, now we're feeling, you know, this is looking very backdoorsy. I also love that we have, like, the Victorian house kind of through the trees back here. Rainbow looks good. And yeah, great job getting closer to the avatar and getting your villagers nice and close. You also have lots of fun, playful villagers. Some good animations on them. You know, like Tigger, Oswald, Vanellope doing her little dance. We have Dino over here, Peter Pan. And yeah, shrinking the sandbox kind of area down, I think, was a good call. Yeah, very solid changes. Not really much else I would recommend here. You know, sunset could be really cool for this, but mainly because these hanging, like, honey lights would activate, which would be really pretty, and the lights in the building would come on. But midday, I think, is also really good for, like, the childhood scenes, like playing out, you know, in the daytime. I think in my example scene, I was actually using daytime time of day. But it could be cool to at least see how it looks, but only if the sun's behind the camera. If the sun's not behind the camera for sunset, it's not worth doing. But it might add a good beauty factor. I would have to see it to know. But yeah, this is solid. I think very, very likely for 4K. Looks really good. Very playful. And very balanced. Bob's is next. Suggested a more playful pose and playful characters. First the OG and then the new one. Alright, so OG here. And then we have our new scene here. We have the puppies. Vanellope right at the front. Tigger. Very nice, very nice. I love the adults back here, over here, making tacos. The dogs look really fun. Yeah, very good childlike feel. The avatar looks great here. I do think Buzz would be great to have as well, since we have Woody. Don't forget, if you need to, Bobs, you don't have to do it this week, but when it comes to villagers, sometimes when people don't use certain villagers, I assume maybe they were in the screwed shop, but always keep in mind, you know, you can build a fenced-in area on your floating island, and you can just summon every villager in the game in about 5 minutes. You just keep doing the villager summoning, and you keep them trapped. That way you don't have to worry about toggling all the ones you don't want to use off, and you can just toggle in the ones you do want to use. Once you have pretty much all the villagers here, you'll be able to pick from the cream of the crop and have exactly who you want in your Dreamsnap. No matter who's in the screwed shop, no matter who's, you know, at their house, you know, they'll all show up thanks to those villager items. And combining that with the new toggle is a very, very powerful play to always have, you know, the best of the best in your Dreamsnap, whoever works really good with the scene. But yeah, I love the additional playful villagers here. So you have Woody, Vanellope, and Tigger. Maybe Buzz jumping on the right-hand side over here could be really fun. Peter Pan could be cool. You can also hide the Forgotten in the background by that orange tint, just as like a nod to our inner child, you know? Like tugging the Forgotten back here, or have them like right back here in this pocket where we have the silhouette. That could be really cool. But yeah, looking good, looking good. Jingle bells. Hi, Zamai, thank you for your feedback. I added Tigger to the hopscotch. I just forgot to add more playful villagers. In the front, like you suggested, I added some pink lights in the background to give a little bit more magic. First is OG. Second is currently submitted. Third is another one I have in the gallery. All right, so yesterday, today. Okay. And then a third option. Very solid, good beauty factor. Tigger definitely adds more playful, energy to the scene for sure. I think this will do well. I think the only photos this would really struggle against, there's not too many of them. But, the scenes that are using a lot of playful villagers towards the front, I think are going to be some of the highest performing snaps this week. So there's a lot of scenes we've come across where, there's an abundance of that playful energy right at the forefront of the scene. And since we do have space here, there's a lot of opportunity right here. So it's too bad you forgot because, this is just empty space. And having, a couple more playful villagers would, I think, make this more competitive. But it won't really matter if you don't pop up against those snaps. Shannon is next. So this is yesterday. Your suggestions were make the avatar look like they're jumping, not flying. I think that was it. Not sure if the lighting turned out perfectly, but I might be able to make changes, but I don't know for sure. Your advice is greatly appreciated. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it does look like they're jumping. Really good playful energy here. Lots of villagers. Feels a lot like a childhood memory. The neighborhood looks great. Yeah, great job with all the villagers. Yeah, I think it's even better with the new one. And it really does look like you're jumping here instead of flying, so good job. The light is a little loud. I think it's a mix of like highlight and saturation. Like the cardboard looks pure yellow, and the shirt is so bright yellow that it's hard to see like the frogs and mushrooms on it. If you're using the sunset time of day, 0.2 saturation is about all you need, and you don't need much highlight, maybe 0.1. That would help tone down the light, and maybe, I see what it is. I think you turned up your character lighting. Yeah, you don't really need character lighting unless you're in the shadows. Now, some of your characters back here are in the shade because you have buildings here. But the question is, do you even need these buildings? We can't really see them. All they're doing is putting big shadows on your build. So we see the edge of these buildings. So what if these buildings weren't here, right? What if, because we only see a small outline of them. Because if you didn't have these big shadows, you wouldn't need this character lighting. The character lighting looks good on the characters in the shade, but on you, you're right in the sunlight. It's super bright. I think it's a better snap than yesterday, so if you have time to make changes, I would definitely consider it, because, the very strong character lighting when you already have good sunlight can definitely hold snaps back. And, with all the good villager displays here, just keep in mind, if some villagers are in the shade, changing character lighting for one changes character lighting for all. And sometimes it's better to try to eliminate the shadows than it is to try to boost the character lighting on everybody, or just deal with the fact that some villagers will be slightly darker. Because we have plenty of light here, even if these guys are shaded over here, that's fine. This is still going to be very well lit here. But yeah, I would recommend to all of you guys watching, be very, very hesitant and careful with your character lighting when you're in the sunlight. I think this is like the second or third time this has come up today, where there were a couple of villagers in the shade, so they boosted character lighting so we could see those villagers, but then it made the characters in the sun really bright. Beyblade, your advice was to pivot from my indoor, outdoor, and incorporate multiple memories of childhood, and I took it. Nice. I'm feeling much better about my retakes. First is the original, the 3 are the remakes. The first retake is my favorite, but I'd love to hear your opinions. Alright, so this was yesterday's, and this is today's. Yeah, very nice. I think I actually shared this on Facebook today. Really good job here, Beyblade. Another 4K for you. I just really wanted you to keep your streak because you're going on a year here. I think this one was good, but I know what your usual snaps look like. I think you had a good shot at 4K with this, but I think you've guaranteed it with this. So yeah, very solid. Now the first one's the one you have submitted here. I do like the fireflies. And then we have a sunset scene. I mean, honestly, all three of these I think are pretty safe bets. The sunset scene does look really good here with the fireflies and the rainbows. But the daytime lighting is also quite nice. But I actually think I like option 2. Well, I like Buzz a lot more in option 1 because he's balanced really well with Woody. But I like the fireflies in option 2. And the sunset lighting in option 3 is nice as well. They're all good options. Honestly, you're pretty much set for 4K, I think, with any one of these three, so choose your favorite. Lisa, how's it? I hope all's well with the kitty. Thank you, my friend. First of the original, you told me to turn the ride, make the tree line more even, fill in with more villagers. Second scene, you said to would work too, but to add villagers and get closer to the front. System kept crashing every time I was ready to snap. That's so frustrating. So, yesterday's, and then today's. Okay, very nice. And then we have, oh, this one has figure art in the center. That's fun. And then we have our other scene here. Yeah, this looks really good as well. This one has a more natural kind of childhood memory to it, like, you know, playing in the neighborhood. And this one has more of like an imaginative, you know, a lot of childhood memories with the candy floor. So, I mean, you could pick either one of these, Lisa. It's really up to you. You know, I can tell you which one I like more, but I'm just one person, and it's really going to come down to voters. I do think I like this one a little bit more personally. You know, the good wow factor of, like, you know, the animation in the shot here, I think is fun. This one's cool, but it's a lot of pink and white because of the path. I think the colors here feel really nice, but that's just me. I think both of these are good options for you, so I would pick whichever one you like more. I think that's more important. Now, Tater, I think you sent me an additional snap. You talked about this earlier. Okay. So, that one. And then wait, your indoor one. Okay. So this is the new indoor one. You're a bit closer to the camera here. I would likely get even closer than this. And I do think with the fox pose, I think an outfit other than a dress would be nice because of the angle here. You know, keep in mind for a lot of these seated snaps, you can get really close to the avatar here. Like, you can have them right at the front of the scene. So, with your shot here, you have a lot of space down here. Like, why not have all of you guys playing the board game right here at the front? You know, like, why not do this right here rather than leave this space empty? That way, you know, this is the important part of your scene. This is you guys playing. You know, you're rolling the dice, Stitch is laughing, Vanellope's doing what Vanellope does. This is where we want the eyes to be. So if we put that right at the front of the scene, that's going to make this whole little setting here more impactful. And then you'll free up the space in the middle of the room. So then you can take Woody and Tramp and Lady and put them right here in the middle. That way you don't have them all the way back here in the background. And again, you know, the Dreamsnaps meta, as we've discussed many, many times, getting the voter right, or getting the player right at the front of the scene is what's really popular in the 4K range. And I would try to always stick with that meta. And that's why for your outdoor snap, I wouldn't really worry about this direction. I think you're going to have more potential with the other one. The angle here, it's going to be tough to get 4K with the angle here. Also, not a lot of playful villagers. You know, you're outdoors. This is an opportunity to use a ton of playful villagers. I'm sure you've seen throughout these reviews a lot of your competition, right? There's a lot of really strong snaps that are really making the most of these playful scenarios. You know, they have all these villagers laughing and playing. And that's the nice thing about being outdoors. It's so much easier to do that. It's so much easier to have all these villagers involved. You can do it indoors as well, but you're more limited on space, and it takes more time to get your villagers in. But that's the nice thing with an outdoor build. I would say rather than focusing on like flashy portals, you know, the real wow factor this week is not going to come from things like portals. It's going to come from things like villagers. That new villager toggle is a big deal. And if you're trying to make a playful scene, you know, you really want to use that toggle for that. And again, you know, sitting down reading a book, not the most playful thing you could be doing. The challenge was not just to highlight memories. The challenge was to build and decorate a playful scene. That's the challenge. That's what it tells us in the first sentence. To build and decorate a playful scene. So, you know, portals are cool, and I love reading. I read a lot of books. But there's playful elements here. But if you come up against, in a 1v1 scenario, against snaps that are actually playful, I don't know about everybody else here, but I would vote for this over 1,000 reading snaps this week, because this is very playful. Reading is imaginative, and playing can come from that. But since the challenge this week is to make a playful scene, I would advise you to stick with your snap where you're actually playing. So in this snap, you're actually playing. You know, you have Vanellope and Stitch. You have some playful villagers here. And then we have Mirabelle and Alice. So I would get much closer to the camera. For the fox pose, I would probably change my outfit from a dress just because the angle here. I would put the board game like right here, out of my character right here. And I'd have Stitch and Vanellope right here at the front. And then, you know, you can still keep Alice and Mirabelle here giggling. And then where you guys were, this empty space, you can bring up Lady and Tramp and Woody and Buzz. And also, Buzz is kind of behind a ship. You can get him jumping if you wanted to. The other thing is, don't forget you can customize your ceiling. This white plaster ceiling doesn't really look too great. That's why people always switch it out now, ever since they gave us that option. Any floor can be attached to the ceiling. So you can do like a wood ceiling to eliminate some of that white. And if you watch, you know, more reviews than... If you watch all the reviews I do, you probably know about the dangers of having a ton of white in your snap. It leaches a lot of other colors out of your scene. The other thing is rugs. Like you have a rug under this bed, but it's like a tannish rug. Maybe right where you guys end up. I don't know if you can put a rug under the board game. It might count as a rug item. But having a nice colorful rug here at the front of the scene could be good to break up some of this like light green and this teal. But yeah, I think this snap is going to be a lot more on theme because you're doing the theme here. You know, you're playing. You have a lot of playful energy involved here. But you've kept the bottom part of your photo completely empty. And you did a good job getting the camera low, but you didn't take advantage of it. You didn't come closer. So you could be right here at the front of the scene. You can have the board game right at the front. The first thing the voter sees right here at the base of your shot is you guys playing board games, and then you'll have more fun, playful energy throughout the room. So if you have time to work on it tonight, I would definitely make a couple little alterations here. Now, I think we have Sophie's snap as well. This is the first review. Okay, so this was the original. And then we have a new one here. Okay. So we're a bit closer to the camera here. Very good, very good. Actually, I have to close some of these because I'm just going to close the whole window here and reopen these. Hey, hey, thank you for the raid, my friend. Welcome in, welcome in. All right. 1 and 2. All right, so yesterday's, we want to be closer to the avatar. So you're a good bit closer today. But you could come all the way down to the base of the scene, if you have time to rework it tonight. The other thing is, it looks like you're trying to make a snowball, right? I don't think the gold orb is best for that. Everybody's building snowmen, right? Like, if we look at your scene here, we have Kristoff working on this snowman, Honest cheering him on. Lady wants to play. Olaf is proud of this little snowman here. Vanellope's over here dancing, buzzing, Woody, you're chilling. But people are building snowmen. I don't really understand the yellow orb. I don't know how this ties into it. I think if you had a snowball and your hand is out, it'll look like you're rolling the snowball, like you're making a snowball to make your own snowman. So, everywhere else we have snowballs. But then over here with you, we have this, golden orb. I think a snowball here would play better with the scene. Now, maybe you're trying to communicate something with this gold orb, but I don't know what it is. And if I don't know what it is, the voter probably won't know what it is either. It could be a bunch of things. The gold orb could signify a childhood memory that you're reaching into, but I don't see that. And what I see is people making snowmen. And then I see you with the gold orb. So what we could do is replace this gold orb with another snowball. And now it looks like you're helping them make snowmen. Now the whole scene makes sense. The other thing is you still have some open space. One thing we talk about in a lot of our reviews is utilizing open space. So you have Buzz and Woody way over here. Now, Olaf makes sense over here because he's working on the snowman. These two, they don't have to be way back here. They're very tiny. You have all of this open space right next to you. Why not take your villagers and put them much closer? And then you have Lady over here. You could also add Tramp in right here. Again, when it comes to Dreamsnaps in the 4K range, as you've seen today, most of the snaps in the 4K range, they're very detailed. I know you and your mom love to have nice open space and snaps, but if you want to get 4K consistently, you got to be mindful of what the voters love. When it comes to getting 4K in snaps, it's about winning votes. Now, if you don't care about getting 4K, then you can always just do what you want to do and see how it does. But if you do care about getting 4K, if you want to get more cool stuff from the premium shop, you got to think about what voters like and then find a way to do that while having fun with the build. And what you can see here from all of these 4K submissions, almost regardless of what the theme is, there's always detail. They don't leave a lot of open space. Like here, instead of keeping the path open, they put candles, they put a little planter here, they put flower petals, then we have all these flowers in the foreground, right? In my scene, we have an open pathway, but we've filled it with glimmer. We have fountains on the sides. Now, maybe this is too busy for you and your mom, a lot busier than you like. But voters love this because a lot of people, when they decide what to vote on, they consider 3 major factors. Number 1 is theme. It has to be on theme. Number 2 is beauty. Now that's subjective, but mostly it applies to balance, lighting, and color. And number 3 would be effort. When you put more effort into a snap, when you really work to detail the entire scene, like if we look at this example here, instead of just leaving the grass empty, they've added all of these blossom petals. And then instead of just having, an empty path leading to this, they've added these round pieces leading to the gazebo. Instead of leaving the gazebo empty, they've added a fountain. And this is what you see all throughout 4K. This is what you see is snaps that have a lot of detail. Snaps where, you know, they're not too busy. They're just detailed. They look at open spaces and they said, what can I do with that space? It doesn't always mean you have to add more furniture. It doesn't always mean you have to add, you know, like solid items. You can add villagers, you can add rugs, you can add petals. Now for your snap, petals and stuff aren't going to make sense in this space here. But villagers could totally make sense in this space. So instead of having your villagers way back here, you can have them a little bit closer. And then you have more space right here. So you can have one snowball here that you're currently rolling, and then you can have another snowball here that you just finished. You know, all kinds of stuff you can do. But you did a good job getting closer. This is a major improvement from where we were in terms of the meta and in terms of what voters like. But what would make this even more competitive would be thinking about how you can utilize this space. Again, Buzz and Woody, they're way back here. They don't have to be. They're very important this week. You can have them close to you, cheering you on as you make the snowball. You have Stitch. I didn't even know he's there. He's behind you. What if we had Stitch right here at the base of your shot where you have all this open space? Instead of putting a villager behind you, look at your open pockets and look at how you can use them. If you don't want to move Buzz and Woody down, you already have Lady. What if we put Tramp right here? You know, all kinds of things you can do with this space to make it even more fun and to show the voter that you put a lot of effort in. When you leave big open pockets, they're going to find other snaps, like we've seen a lot of snaps today, where, you know, where there aren't really open pockets. You're going to see a lot of snaps where the entire image is well detailed and well filled out, and that's the most common thing you see in 4K. Because a lot of people look at snaps like this, they see the theme, they see the beauty, and they see a tremendous amount of effort. And it might not even be a tremendous amount. It might just be like, yeah, you know, I just made sure to put villagers in those open spaces, and I'm good. You know, that took an extra 5 minutes. But, you know, really filling in these scenes, very, very, very consistent in the 4K range. And a lot of the snaps that you see falling short of 4K usually have a lot of open space. But, you know, here's another 4K snap. Look at how detailed it is. They had open space to the left and open space to the right, and they used villagers to fill that in. And then everywhere else we look, we see a lot of beautiful details in the scene. So just be mindful of that. And also, I think when you sent me your snap, Sophie, you're probably watching this stream after it ended. You know, you asked me if you could submit for the secondary review. And then you also said, if I can get the review in 15 minutes, I'd appreciate it. So I think that's why you were asking. I just want you to know, to keep things fair, reviews will always be done in the order in which they're received. So if you miss the 3 p.m. deadline, unfortunately, that means your review will be at the very end of the stream and you might not even get a review. So again, I don't know what your schedule's like. I know you've got things going on, so maybe you can't always make that deadline. But I would, you know, if you get a review on Monday, I would just work on the snap on Monday if you can. But to keep snap reviews fair, you know, it's always going to be the order in which it comes in. So if you miss the deadline, you might not get a review. I'll usually work with you like I am right now, but I can't put you ahead of other people. You know, like, we're all equal here. Everyone's equal here. So, you know, it's always going to be in the order that it comes in. So just be mindful of that. And yeah, if you have time tonight, so much stronger snap than originally, plays up the meta better. If you have time tonight, I think replacing this with a snowball could be really good because it's going to play well with the scene you're kind of creating here. And the only other thing I would really focus on, well, 2 things. I would get even closer to the camera. I would take my avatar and I would put her right down here in the foreground. and then put the snowball right here. And aside from that, I would have villagers in these big open spaces as well. But yeah, good shot at 4K with this. You know, I've only seen a handful of good snowman scenes, and this one's very pretty. So I think it has a good shot at 4K. Coming back to the chat here, you said, I see, so open floor needs more. Yeah, it doesn't have to be items. Does not have to be items. Yeah, I was reading Discord, not chat. I just want you to know, that even if you're on a time constraint, and you want the review a bit earlier, I tend to always honor the order queue, just as long as you're aware of that. So if you want a bit of an earlier review, your best bet is to try to submit a bit earlier. But yeah, for the open space, you don't have to put items there. You can just use villagers. Going back to your snap here. So filling in, like right here, you could add tramp. You have Stitch hiding behind you. So right here in this open pocket, you can have Stitch. You can take your avatar and move her down a little further to get her even closer, and you can have her rolling a snowball here at the base. And yeah, any villagers here would be good. You can even add another snowball and have, maybe have, like Tramp, like rearing up at the snowball or looking like he's going to jump at it. Maybe have him playing with it like it was a ball. Could be super fun. You don't need to add a lot here, but when you have these open spaces, always think about what kind of villagers can work there. Think about what kind of story you can tell with that space. If it was grass, then we could just add like flower petals, maybe add a couple of flowers, and we'd be good. But since it's ice, I think it'll be a better bet to add, something like villagers and maybe another snowball. Finding a way to play that up. Or, like I said, you can move Buzz and Woody down. You can move them in closer so they're cheering you on. And then you can have Tramp behind them in this open space. But yeah, I think Stitch down here will be good. And also, keep in mind, if you're having a hard time getting the exact villagers you want to use, you can always just come over here and you can summon every villager to your island. It takes about 5 minutes. So, it does take a few minutes, but if you sit here and spam the gather villagers, I just recommend doing it with a fence around. That way you don't have to toggle them all off when you're done. And they won't just wander into your scene. And then once you do this for about 5 minutes, you'll have almost every villager in the game on your floating island or wherever you are. And then you can use your camera toggle to put exactly who you want into your photo. That way you can get all the playful villagers and the puppy dogs and whoever you may want to use. All right, I think that is all our reviews here. Semi with my old outdoor snap, not the updated one. If you have time, you can take a peek at the other message. I opened the most recent one you sent me. So you sent me this one last, but yeah, I'll look at the other one. So this one, I'm guessing. Same thing applies. You would want to, for the board game, you would definitely want to be closer to the base of the shot. You also want to do the camera trick to kind of put the camera on the ground. That way you can have the avatar play a larger role. It looks like you're just putting the camera down here. And then since you're outdoors, you can add a lot of villagers. A lot of the same stuff that applies to the indoor submission. So the same thing is applied there. Main thing you want to do, taters, main thing you want to do is try to make it as playful as possible. And there's a lot of really good villagers you can use to do so. So if you're outdoors, it's going to be a lot easier to add those villagers in. But for your indoor scene, you did get the camera on the ground. So if you want to do the seated pose for the outdoor scene, I would recommend the same thing. So really you can choose either option. Either option is going to be good. It's up to you. But with either route, it's kind of the same advice. So what you saw a lot today in the reviews was people that are doing the seated poses, whether they're playing a board game or having a birthday, they're right at the base of the shot, and they have that camera on the ground with them. So they can play up the avatar very well at the front of the scene. And that can be really good with a board game and good with your small villagers. You know, the bonus of small villagers, like playful villagers in a scene like that, is you're going to be able to have them right at the front of the scene with you, but you can see over them, so you can have even more villagers kind of in the background. And, you know, if you go with the outdoor build, you know, for the portals, you can have some villagers inside the portals, you can have some outside the portals. How do you trap villagers in a fence without getting yourself trapped too? Well, the villagers luckily don't have access to furniture mode. So, you know, we as players, we have furniture mode. The villagers do not. So that's how. Let me show you. So you know how you can build and delete the fence? That's how you get out. And then you just put it back. So you just delete, you exit, and you rebuild. So villagers can't do that. We can. Now they're all trapped. And I'm not. Easy as that. Mon says my stream froze. How to get the summoning item? There's a bunch of them. A lot of them are quest items. If you have Lumiere and Cogsworth, there are a ton. You probably already have some. You might not know it, but you probably already have some. If you have Lumiere and Cogsworth, check your Beauty and the Beast. Oh wait, I'm under wrong thing. I think we have some under Beauty and the Beast here. Let's organize by newest. No, surprisingly, the Lumiere and Cogsworth items aren't here. But I can show you a bunch of the... I have a lot of them pinned. Oh, this is a Lumiere item. The Fox and Raccoon statue. You get this from Lumiere's quest. The election party, I believe, might have been Aurora's or Daisy's or somebody's. Joy and Sadness fireworks. This is from Joy and Sadness, of course. Sadness's pillow. This is from Progressing with Sadness. So, the Valley Treasure. This is from Progressing with Peter Pan. The Nonsense Banquet is from Progressing with Cheshire Cat. The Unbirthday Cake is from Progressing with Alice. So, yeah, all, you know, the Frozen Hot Cocoa Counter is from Progressing with Cogsworth. And yeah, these are all villager summoning items. I just have them favorited because I use them a lot. There's way more than this. This is just a small portion of them. So you probably already have some. You probably already have some of these. So this is a Scrooge shop item. It's just a large chest. It's not a villager summoning item though. It's Scrooge shop from the Veil. Big Mo said, hey, I'm not sure which of the mods was helping earlier. Is this the time to ask him to look? Yeah, I'm back in the chat now, Beagle Mama, because I'm done with the review. So yeah, if you have something you want to ask, you can ask. I submitted mine to yesterday after the stream. I don't know if y'all received it, and I did go through the steps to connect my Twitch and my Discord. Please let me know if you've seen them. Queen Rose, I see you're not subscribed to the channel. So I don't know where you submitted them, Queen Rose. But linking your Twitch and your Discord will not grant you access to the review channel if you're not a supporter. So maybe you put it in seeking advice, but this is for community feedback. Queen Rose. Yeah, I see you right here, Queen Rose. This is not where we do the reviews. So yeah, that would be why you did not get a review. Because, and again, if you want to know how to get reviews, you got to read the How to Get Reviews channel. It says, Dreamsnaps are currently only available for YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. So that's people with that little capybara badge. Basically, you know, so far for this challenge, I've reviewed over 100 Dreamsnaps. Now, I used to review everybody's. I used to review everybody's followers and supporters, but these streams have gotten so busy, it's hard for me to even get through just my supporters. So, since I can't review everybody's snap, I make sure I review snaps for the people that make the content possible. And if we have extra time left over, I can review additional snaps, but we almost always go overtime with the reviews. So, you know, Dreamsnap Reviews are currently only available for YouTube channel members. That's a paid membership, and Twitch subscribers, which is a paid membership. It's $5.99 a month, and it makes my content possible. So all these review streams, all the Dreamsnaps advice, all the YouTube videos, the only reason I can do that and pay my bills at the same time is because a lot of people support my content. So when it comes to whose Dreamsnaps I review, the priority always has to be on the people making the content possible. Now, if I have time to review additional snaps, I will, but we almost never have extra time. If anything, these review streams have gotten so busy, I end up streaming, you know, my schedule is 3 hours a day. That's what I'm supposed to stream. But I typically end up streaming 5, 6, or even 7 hours on the reviews. So, yeah, it's, you know, it's a lot to review. It's a lot to review. Shannon, good night, good night. Thank you for being here. Woody, hello, my friend. Good vibes. Welcome, welcome. Junia, thank you for the gifted. To Shepard, very kind of you, very kind of you. Big wants to please take a look at my drive-in option, see if it's worth pursuing compared to yesterday's. I don't know how to share with you and the mods, and I can ask now. Major issues submitting earlier. You can just DM it to me if you want. Now I know DVS Brett also had an option here. Lori, thank you for the 100 bits. Dreamy, thank you for the bits as well. DVS Brat's here. So yeah, DVS Brat, if you're still here, my main advice would be to try to center the toy shop a little bit, because you have it more to the right side of the screen. So if you had it panned a little left, where your hat was like in the middle of the rainbow, you'd have that well balanced and centered. And you have a lot of opportunity here for more villagers. Like, you can have Tigger bouncing around here. I'm not really understanding the lava here. I think there's fun things you can play up instead, like popcorn buckets or some other toys. But overall, you know, it's playful, and the outfit is on theme, and it's, you know, relatively well balanced. I understand we were ready to play with Horton, but am I doing something wrong on my indoor snap? I use visitors on my table, but I'm stuck seeing the ceiling with the goose pose. How do I send it to you directly? DM me on Discord. If you go into my Discord server, Beagle Mama, and you go to announcements, you'll see me in there. You just click on my name, and then send me a message that says hello. And then once you send me a message that says hello, you'll have an option add. You'll have an open chat with me, and you can add attachments. Yeah, guys, it's 9 o'clock. I streamed a good bit longer yesterday. Bella, if your game is glitching, I would just restart. If you're going into, like, the ceiling when you push the camera up with Goose Pose, I don't know why that's happening. I've never had that happen before. But yeah, I do have to go, guys. I do have to hop out of here. It's 9 o'clock. I still have to make my own snap. And I also want to make sure I go to bed. And I still have to have dinner. Horton wants to play. So I won't be able to take too many more additional reviews. I know Beagle Mama asked for me to take a quick peek at her snap. I can take a quick peek at it. But yeah, I should probably have already have left. I know, buddy. I'm coming. Jason, thanks for you. Went back and watched it. Don't think I'm doing it fast enough to stay crouch mode. When I switch it, I think I need a new Xbox controller. Sometimes my button gets stuck. Just remember, friends, if you want a review, please be sure to submit by 3 p.m. on either Monday or Tuesday. Yes, yes. That's, you know, we have that deadline. So if you want, you know, this is why I ended up locking the channel, because, you know, there's always a handful of people that upload once the stream starts, even though, you know, it's supposed to be a deadline. So we ended up locking the channel. I know I can take a look at Beagle Mamas. I don't want to keep you. I can't figure it out. Well, if you DM it to me, Beagle Mama, I'll look at it and message you back when I'm having dinner. So if you want, you could always DM it to me on Facebook if you need to. And I can check it out tonight. Or if you go into the Discord server, if you click on my name, you should have an option to send a message. Or maybe I can send you a message and then you can just attach your file there. Let me see. Yeah, I found you. I'll wave to you. There we go. I just waved to you. So now there's a little plus sign at the bottom where you type your message. You hit that little plus sign and you can upload a file. So yeah, just send it to me there and I'll take a peek at it tonight. And for those of you that sent me a dream snap, I think it was another one of you guys said you sent me a snap via, it was another supporter. Oh yeah, Katie. So Katie, Elisa, I'll try to look at yours too, Katie, while I have dinner, and I'll try to reach out to you via DM about it. And it's Lean Baby said I didn't mind a bit ago if you have time. So, okay, there's a few of you guys. There's a few of you guys. So I'll do my best to get back to you, but I can't promise to get back to everybody that missed the deadline, but I will try. Just keep in mind, you know, if you're always guaranteed a review if you can upload by 3 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm in Eastern time. I don't know what time zone you guys are in. You can always look up what Eastern time is for you if you're not in Eastern time. But yeah, deadline for all snap reviews, secondary and primary, is 3 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. And deadline for all guaranteed primary reviews, if you upload your snap before 3 p.m. Eastern time on Monday, you are guaranteed a review on Monday. Even if I have to stay here till midnight. Everybody that makes the deadline is guaranteed a review. But I will do my best. I will do my best to get back to you guys via DM. Hopefully, you know, I still got to make my snap, and I got to have dinner, and also my cat wants attention. And then I got to try to go to bed because we got refresh day tomorrow. But yeah, I'll try to check out your snaps as well. I'm sure they're great. But we can take a look. And yeah, Junie, for the crouch mode, I mean, it's, I doubt your buttons are getting stuck. You know, it's just the timing. So to stand up, you have to hold left trigger and then press Y. Now, if you release left trigger, that same button, Y, is what sends you to portrait mode. So it's really easy. It's left trigger. While you're holding left trigger, you press Y again, and then you immediately release left trigger and just tap Y for a second time. So left trigger, Y, release Y. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Like I said, Junie, I would recommend just practicing it, because it's not hard to do, and even if your controller buttons are getting stuck, you can still do it. Like, you know, you can just, like, unless your controller is just completely jammed and broken, and if that's the case, you probably need another one. But if your controller works good enough to play Dreamlight Valley, it works good enough to do this trick. You just need to be patient, and you need to actually try it a few times so you can actually get the timing down. I think the big problem is there's a lot of people out there that try to do this, and it doesn't work the first 2 times, and they're like, you know what, I can't do it, I give up, I can't do it. Don't give up so easily. I just told you about the trick like a few minutes ago, and you're already like, nope, I can't do it. Really? Come on now. Come on now. You're capable of, like, building these big Dreamsnap scenes and doing all this, but you can't try to do a camera toggle trick for 5 minutes. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Robert said, thanks for this help with the snaps, buddy. Have a great evening. You as well, my friend. Keep up the great work. Your snap was amazing. Dreamy Luna said Central Time here, so you're an hour ahead. Gotcha. All right. I set my snap from my updates after you reviewed it earlier, so no worries about mine. Oh, did I see yours? Okay, good. Risa just got here, but have a good night. Thanks for all your input yesterday. I'll see if I can edit with your suggestions tonight. Nice. All right. How do you make your hair go up like that? Oh, it's just a little glitch that happens sometimes. Like, you know, it's physics in the game. Like, sometimes the hair just moves. So, like, if you're jumping and stuff, like if I do the gliding pose, sometimes my hair will move, sometimes it won't. So, it's just game physics. There's not really a way to force it all the time. Yeah, it's just game physics. And the physics in this game are really buggy, so it's not very reliable. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow for refresh day. I got to finish my snap and try to get some dinner. Thank you for all the reviews. We reviewed well over 100 snaps this week, which is amazing. Lots of good snaps out there. I'm sure you guys will do great in the challenge. You know, everybody seems to be doing well with the new villager toggle. People are really figuring it out. Great to see. And yeah, good luck if you're making any last-minute changes or additional changes. I still have to make my snap. Right now, I have like an example of it. I'm doing a little birthday party kind of gig with like a lot of toys and stuff and some memories in the back. So I think this is what I have right now. But I'm adding things to the foreground as well. I got some little fireworks. And I might do daytime instead of sunset. I'm not sure. I do like the sunset. You know, we got like Peter Pan laughing here, and we got some good villagers in the foreground. Little birthday cake here. So yeah, I'll probably go with this one. I just wanted to have a cute birthday party. I have all these presents behind the villagers. I feel like birthdays and toys are fun. We have some like balloons and fireworks. And yeah, I just need to add some items to the corners here. I just didn't have time before the stream. And we even have the Forgotten kind of lurking in the background. Yeah, that's where it's at right now. I think this is when I was setting it up before I added the villagers. And that's just with Buzz. But I love the way the character's kind of looking at Buzz. I mean, I would love to go with my hopscotch snap. I thought that was really cute too. But I put it all over YouTube, so I feel like it's already been copied like a million times. So, I don't know. I mean, I like my hopscotch snap a lot, but every time I put an idea on YouTube, a bunch of people find it from other people while they're voting. So, I don't know. Like, I like my hopscotch snap build, especially when I bring all the villagers in. It would be nice to submit this because it's already kind of done. What do you guys think? Before I leave, one question for y'all, since I always tell you guys, I always help you guys choose between snaps. You know, we have my hopscotch build, which is like this, which I think is really fun with like the jumping villagers, but also likely to get copied because it's on YouTube. Or my birthday party scene. No, he said, DMing you on Discord. It's rather private, but please look when you have time. It might be tomorrow, or, you know, it could be later tonight. I have other DMs I gotta look at for people that are wanting some, oh, everybody says birthday. I don't think a single person said, I think I'd vote for the hopscotch one, but they're both awesome. Honestly, I think the hopscotch is clutch, says Bunny. Yeah, I do really like the hopscotch. The only downside to the hopscotch submission is I would have to change it heavily because I put it on YouTube. So I can guarantee you there's already probably a bunch of snaps identical to this. Because that happens every time I put a snap on YouTube. So I like this snap, but if I did make it, there'd probably be like a bunch of snaps just like it. Whereas I think at least the birthday party will be, I think, a little bit more unique. They're both fun, though. I don't know. We'll see. Birthday is a big and beautiful concept. Yeah, I think the birthday party could have, like, a bigger wow factor with, like, a heavier villager presence and, like, more color saturation, which is very popular with voters. Whereas I think the hopscotch scene has more of a natural childhood memory feel. Like, this feels like a scene from somebody's childhood, whereas, you know, this snap plays up more of the beauty of the game and, like, the diversity of the cast. So they both have separate strengths. I think the hopscotch scene feels more like a traditional childhood memory, and the birthday party scene, you know, is more like a scene to showcase, like, all the fun, playful villagers in the game. So both are good. Both are good. Bunny said he can edit to make it even more amazing. I just don't have a lot of time. Like, you know, I've already built this, and I've already got a hopscotch scene built, you know, so I wouldn't really be able to edit it too much because, you know, I still got to make dinner. I got to respond to some DMs, and I got to go to bed. I don't want to be up till 3 working on my snap again. What have you blended the hopscotch into a party somehow? I don't have time for that. I spend more time reviewing your snaps than I do working on my own. Yeah, I do not have time to, like, rebuild this scene and, like, you know, I can add a cake to it, I guess, and, like, a couple of items, but, you know, I don't have, you know, I'm pretty much all I want to do at this point is add villagers and call it a day. I don't have much time for anything else. So, you know, if I had time, yeah, you know, it'd be cool to kind of blend both concepts together. But sadly, I just don't have time. But I think both could be fun. Yeah, mode. You know, we talk about that a lot. If you look at snaps in the 4K range, you know, people that talk about full, if you look at most snaps in the 4K range, like if you follow me on Facebook, you'll see that full snaps are actually the most common snaps in 4K. That's because most voters, maybe not you, but most voters choose based on 3 things. Theme, beauty, which ties into lighting and composition and balance, and color. And then the last thing, effort. Effort is very big in 4K. Almost, I would say about 90% of the 4K photos you're going to see are very thoroughly detailed. So they all have very full photos. You know, whether it's villagers right at the front, a lot of items on the side, but it's always like that. So I actually like more open scenes personally, but I'm aware of what voters like. And sure, there are voters out there that prefer more open scenes, but they're the minority. You know, they're the minority. The majority of voters really like to lean towards shots with a lot of effort and with a lot of detail. And that's the big trick with 4K. You got to really understand what the majority of people like, rather than fixating on what you like personally or what 1 or 2 people say they like. So, you know, overall, if you look at, you know, in the past 2 years, I've had 1 snap not get 4K, and if you look at my snaps, they're all very detailed. There's like a lot going on in every snap. Everywhere you look, there's items. Everywhere you look, there's details. So yeah, you know, every once in a while, I'll see somebody that's like, oh, I like snaps that are more open, but that's not the majority of players. The majority of players appear to really prioritize effort. So when you have a lot of villagers, when you have good details everywhere, that tends to outperform the competition by a pretty big degree. And again, if you're not sure about that, or if you're not aware of what voters like, I would recommend, you know, checking out Dreamer's Portal or checking out, you know, my Facebook page, because every Wednesday I make a post where I share my snap once voting is closed. And then after that, I ask everybody to share their snaps on that same post, and we get hundreds of 4K snaps shared there every week, and they're all very detailed. And honestly, it's actually a pretty open scene if you look at it. We just have items in the foreground. So, and we have villagers. We have a good villager presence to make it very playful. I think I seen it, Em. If you have time, thank you. But please prioritize eating, sleeping, kitty. Will do, will do. Cherry Blossom, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Sorry you're coming in right as I'm leaving, my friend. All right, y'all. As always, thank you for being here. I will catch you guys on the next one. Thank you again for the new Facebook page. Yeah, it's been very active. Oh, and if you guys haven't joined, I see it on every stream. It's totally personal preference, sensory overload. No, I mean, there's definitely people out there that feel that way. I mean, I actually like more open snaps myself. But the last one I did almost missed 4K. It was actually a long time ago. I really liked this snap. This was before we had the meta of pushing the camera up. But for Frosted Fashions, I wanted only to have the frozen characters, and I also wanted like a nice open snowy landscape. And I was on the very back end of 4K. And I had the same thing happen with another open snap. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start like really filling out my snaps. And ever since, you know, no issues. So yeah, I agree. I actually like snaps that have some open spaces involved. But unfortunately, you know, voters really like the heavily detailed scenes. Yeah, see, I liked it. I liked it mode. It's just, you know, the reason I've been so consistent with Dreamsnaps is not because I'm better than others. It's not because I'm just that talented. It's because I've worked pretty hard to learn what the core of the player base likes. You know, like, what do they look for when they vote? And that's the main thing I teach others. You know, that's it. The advice I give is not about my preference. It's not about what I think looks good in a photo. Because if it was about what I think looks good, I wouldn't always want to be close to the avatar. I wouldn't always want to fill in open space. But, you know, the way it works with voters, open space is opportunity, detail means effort, and close-up of the avatar is easier to appreciate. So I definitely think, you know, a lot of that stuff just ties into it. But I think that's the downside to Dreamsnaps. There's a lot of talented people that should be getting 4K, but they're fluctuating a lot because they don't know what the voters' preferences are. That's the tricky thing. All right, y'all. I'm a skidoo. I'll catch you guys next time. Thank you for being here. As always, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. We'll catch you tomorrow for Refresh Day.